A Virgin Bride. Written by Barbara Cartland. Narrated by Anthony Wren. Chapter 1, 1867. The Mother Superior wants you, Venetia. Lady Venetia Brooke looked up from her studies. What can she want me about, Eugenie? I have so much to do. I will never finish by tomorrow. Well, she did not say. She just said, go and fetch Lady Venetia as quickly as possible. Venetia rose from her desk and put aside the work she was completing for a special lesson. She was determined to make her teacher, who was an experienced man of letters, impressed by her research. However, the Mother Superior took precedence over everyone else, and so Venetia hurried along the corridor to the Mother Superior's room at the far end of the building. The convent school for young ladies in Paris was the most outstanding in the whole of Europe, and Venetia, who was the Duke of Lynbrook's daughter, had gone there when she was 16. She was enjoying herself enormously, finding it so different from being taught at home by a not particularly well-educated governess. The Mother Superior's room was bathed in sunlight, and it was reflected on the huge crucifix that dominated what was otherwise a comfortable sitting room. The Mother Superior rose from behind her desk as Venetia entered. I have rather surprising news for you, my child. Venetia bobbed a curtsy to the Mother Superior, as was expected of her. What is it, ma'am? She inquired expectantly. I cannot believe it is news from home, because I had a letter from Papa only 2 days ago. But it is news from home, the Mother Superior smiled. In fact, I have just received an urgent letter from your father, saying you are to return immediately. Venetia stared at her, incredulous. Return to England? But why? Whatever for? The Mother Superior looked down at the letter she held in her hand. Your father does not give any reason. He merely says you are to return at once, and he will be waiting for you at your London house in Berkeley Square. Venetia drew in her breath. I cannot imagine what has happened, or why Papa should suddenly wish me to leave before the end of term. I expect he has a good reason, and naturally, my child, you must obey his command. I think it is so tiresome to be taken away just now, when I have so much I want to do here. She was speaking almost to herself rather than the Mother Superior. You know as well as I do, my child, that you have stayed on longer than is usual, although we have enjoyed having you, and you have been a tremendous help to me in many ways. I really cannot question your father's decision in wanting you home. If that was the only reason, I would understand it, said Venetia. But you know how busy Papa is. He has a great many obligations in the country, and seldom, if he can help it, goes to London. Well, His Grace is obviously in London now, and we must do exactly as he says. I will make arrangements for you to leave early tomorrow morning by train. That will hardly give me time to say goodbye to everybody, Venetia sighed. I suppose there will be no chance of coming back to stay until the end of term? The Mother Superior smiled. I hardly think that your father, if he needs you so urgently, will want you to return. Although, my child, we shall miss you very much. You know as well as I do that you should have left at the end of last summer. I know, and it was very kind of you to keep me. I have loved every moment of the extra lessons you have arranged for me. I am really quite an expert now, not only on classical music, but on portraiture and the history of Europe, and other subjects not in the usual curriculum. The Mother Superior laughed. I am so very glad. The professors you have been studying these extra subjects with are very particular and demanding. As I said to Sister Ignatius only the other day, they are far more trouble than the pupils. Now Venetia laughed. That may well be, but they are so clever, and they know so much that I have enjoyed every second of being with them. I know, and they have enjoyed teaching you. Now go and start packing, my child. I will send Sister Marie Bernard with you, as she has more experience in travelling than the majority of the nuns. I would just love to have her with me. She is a walking mine of information, and will doubtless instruct me during the journey. I will now go to pack, but I shall feel, ma'am, like crying, because I have to leave you." She did not wait for the Mother Superior to reply, but gave her a little curtsy and left the room. The Mother Superior sighed. She was very fond of Venetia, and she had been a credit to the school, but at the same time she was well aware that Venetia was too old to be shut up with a lot of younger girls. She should be taking her place in the social world that was waiting for her in London. Venetia herself, however, was not looking forward to arriving in London. She said goodbye to Paris as the train carried her and Sister Marie to the English Channel. They had a courier to look after them to make sure that Venetia had the best cabin once they reached the ferry. He had been wise enough to arrange for them to travel on a ferry to the Tower of London, rather than one that berthed at Dover. The ferry was somewhat crowded, but the cabin was comfortable enough for her and Sister Marie. They arrived in London at 10 o'clock the following morning, and as soon as they had descended the gangway, Venetia saw one of her father's servants in the Lynbrook livery waiting for her. "It be good to see you back, my lady," he said, and Venetia smiled at him. As he collected all her luggage from the courier, she bade farewell to Sister Marie. "It was so kind of you to come with me, sister. I only wish I was coming back with you. I shall miss you all so much, and all my marvellous lessons." "And we shall miss you. But I am sure that now you will shine in the social world, just as you have shone in ours." "I think it most unlikely. Please give my love to everyone, and thank you again for bringing me here." She kissed Sister Marie, and then, having thanked the courier, she walked away to where her father's carriage stood waiting. She had rather hoped that Papa himself might meet her, but there was nobody else there. The luggage was piled on the back of the carriage, and the horses moved off. As they drove on through the streets, Venetia looked out at the houses, the shops, and the people, thinking how different in every way they were from those in France. Because her mother was dead, and her father was exceedingly busy, she had only come home twice in the 3 years she had been at the convent school in Paris. Being very popular, she had had many invitations to stay with the other girls, and she had gone from one grand chateau to another every holiday. Now she was back home, and what she was looking forward to more than anything else was the country. Riding her father's superb horses had always been her favourite enjoyment since she was a small child. She had not, however, altogether missed her riding in Paris, as she had been able to ride 3 or 4 times a week in the Bois de Boulogne. Equally, she told herself as they drew nearer to the house in Berkeley Square, she really loved her home, and she knew that she must persuade her father as soon as possible to take her to the country. It was agonizing to know that her beloved mamma would not be there, and she would miss her in every room, and particularly in the flower garden. Her mamma, though beautiful, had never been very strong, and had died at the beginning of the 2nd year that Venetia was at school. It had hurt Venetia more than anything else that she had not been allowed to come home for the funeral. She could easily understand that her father had felt that it would be upsetting for her, but at the same time she had wanted to say goodbye to her mamma in a way she could not in a foreign land. All her fervent prayers in the convent chapel were in no way the same as if she had been able to pray in the little village church where she had been christened and confirmed and had worshipped every Sunday since she was a small child. The carriage drew up outside Lynbrook House in Berkeley Square. A footman hurriedly pulled a red carpet across the pavement and opened the door of the carriage. He was a man she knew well, who had been with them a long time. Venetia smiled at him. "It's so nice to see you, Henry." "You've taken the very words out of me mouth, my lady." Venetia went into the hall and held out her hand to the old grey-haired butler. "If you were not here, Bates," she said, "I think that I should have come to the wrong house." "You are a real sight for sore eyes, my lady. It's too long since we've seen you." "Is my father here?" inquired Venetia. His Grace is waiting for you in the study, and a little impatient because you are later than expected. Only an hour or two. The sea was rather stormy this morning, and that is what delayed us. She knew, however, that it would irritate her father if he had to wait for her. He had always been a stickler for everything to be done as precisely as he ordered. Even when she was small, Venetia knew that if she was even a few minutes late, her father would be angry, and she had learnt to slide down the banisters to avoid being reprimanded if he was waiting for her to join him at a meal. As they walked towards the study, she was longing to ask Bates, who always knew everything in the house, why she had been brought home. But Bates was walking more quickly than usual, so there was no chance for her to have a word with him. He opened the study door, and then announced in his usual stentorian voice, "Her ladyship, your grace." The Duke of Lynbrook rose from the writing desk. At a first glance, Venetia realized that his hair was far whiter than it had been when she had last seen him. She also thought there were more lines on his face, and he looked older than somehow she had expected. She ran towards him. He kissed her on both cheeks before he exclaimed, "You are late. What kept you?" "It was not me, but the sea. Oh, I'm sorry, Papa, but unless I had wings I could not have come any quicker." "Well, you are here, and that is what matters." He walked as he spoke towards the mantelpiece, and Venetia followed him. Then, as he turned and stood with his back to it, she automatically sat down in one of the armchairs. She knew of old that when her father took up that particular position, he was either going to give her a lecture or impart important information. Because he was silent for a moment, she pulled off her hat and tidied her hair as well as she could before she sat back in the armchair. As her father still did not speak, Venetia piped up. "I'm waiting, Papa, to hear why you sent for me in such a hurry. I didn't even have time to say goodbye to my friends. My packing was done in such a rush that I warn you I shall need quite a number of the things I was forced to leave behind." She was talking impulsively, simply to relieve the tension mounting between her and her father. Yet, instinctively, she knew that he was finding it difficult to say what was on his mind. He was looking at her in a strange way that was disconcerting. What she could not know was that he was thinking that she was even more beautiful than her mother had been at the same age. Finally, he began rather slowly. "I have asked you, Venetia, to come here for a very important and special reason." "I'm excited to hear it, Papa. I'm sure it must be important, as you made me leave the convent so quickly." "It is essential you should be in London tomorrow morning, because your engagement is being announced in the London Gazette to the Duke of Rockinston." Venetia stared at him. She could not believe what she had heard him say. I do not understand, Papa," she managed to blurt out finally. "The Duke of Rockinston, who you probably know is one of the most influential dukes in the country, he has asked for your hand in marriage." He paused a moment before continuing. "As I have just told you, your engagement will be announced tomorrow." "I just don't believe it," exclaimed Venetia. "How can I possibly be engaged to a man I have not even met?" Before she could say any more, her father put up his hand. It was a gesture she had known since her childhood, and meant that she must lapse into silence. "I expected you to make a good marriage," he said, "because you so resemble your mother. As you well know, she was a great beauty, and one of the most admired and respected ladies in the whole of the social world." His voice hardened as he went on. "But I had not aimed as high as Rockinston." "How can he conceivably want to marry me, Papa, when he has not even seen me?" Venetia demanded. Her voice, even to herself, seemed rather tense and not quite steady. "As you must be well aware, Venetia, Marriages between members of families of the same standing as the Duke's and mine are arranged. It would be a terrible blow for our families if by any mischance the person married was not accepted by the in-laws or was unable to take up the traditional family position at court. It flashed through Venetia's mind that her mamma at one time had been lady-in-waiting to Queen Victoria, and it was a position she had never envisaged for herself. However, that was of no particular consequence at this moment, so she added in a firmer tone, "I really think, Papa, that before any engagement is actually made public, I should at least meet his Grace and decide if I could be happy as his wife." As she expected, her father drew himself up, and in a very different tone responded harshly, "Your marriage is for me, and no one else to decide. I just cannot believe that a daughter of mine with any intelligence at all would not realize how fortunate she was in making such an enviable marriage before she had even appeared as a debutante. It was not my fault, Papa, that I have not appeared as a debutante. I should at least have some breathing space before I am married. I have not even had the coming-out ball you promised me." "There will be plenty of balls once you are the wife of Rockinston. Oh, for heaven's sake, do use your brains, girl. Every mother of a debutante will be gnashing their teeth with envy and wondering just how you could be fortunate enough to catch the most eligible bachelor in the country." The Duke's voice was growing louder and harder, and she realized there was no point in arguing with him. Because she was very self-controlled, she managed to draw in her breath slowly, and then lapsed into a silence, which was more effective than if she had spoken. "Surely you must be aware," he continued, still in an aggressive tone, "that Rockinston is not only the most senior duke, but also the richest. His family seat, as you should know, is in Kent, and is larger and more impressive than Blenheim. In fact, it too could be named a palace." As Venetia still did not speak, he carried on. "His horses are superb, and win every classic race. He owns not only vast acres in England, but also a great number more in Scotland, where his castle is historic. Coming from a convent as you are, you should go down on your knees and thank God for giving you such a magnificent and unique opportunity to become the wife of such an outstanding nobleman." Venetia was still silent, and as her father found her silence more irritating than if she spoke, he added, "Rockinston is most anxious to be married as soon as possible. Your marriage will thus take place at home in the country, and not in London, in 2 weeks' time." If Venetia wished to remain silent, she now found it impossible. "In 2 weeks, Papa? Oh, that is impossible." "Why?" the Duke demanded. The question sounded like a pistol shot. "For one reason. I have only my school clothes, and you can hardly expect me to go up the aisle in the dress I wore at school, or to accompany the Duke, about whom you have spoken in such colourful terms, when he goes out to dinner. Will we be expected to have a honeymoon?" "Of course you will have a honeymoon," her father angrily snapped. "You will just have to stir yourself and buy what clothes you can, if you really need a trousseau." "I shall need a very large trousseau. But first of all, I would like, if it is at all convenient, to meet this man I am to marry." Even as she spoke, she knew from the expression on his face that there was something he had not told her. There was a perceptible pause before he replied, "That is, impossible. Rockinston, after he had seen me yesterday, told me that he was obliged to go north to inform his mother, who lives in Scotland, that he intends to be married. That is why he has left everything in my hands, and I have promised to make all the necessary arrangements for your wedding." He took a deep breath. "I am to invite the guests for the 20th of May. "Are you really telling me, Papa, that he does not intend to meet me until we are actually married?" Again, there was an ominous silence. "I think it is, possible he may return in time. But if not, he has told me he will come directly to Lynbrook Hall, and if he arrives in London only the night before, he can easily drive down for the ceremony, which will take place at 2 o'clock. "If I am there," Venetia added very softly. "I need not ask what you mean by that. Let me make it perfectly clear that my only daughter should make a brilliant marriage. If you are so stupid to make trouble and reject not just me, but the greatest opportunity you will ever have, then I will wash my hands of you, and hope never to see you again." Venetia did not answer. He drew his watch from his pocket and looked at it. "Because you were late in arriving, I have no time for any more talk about this matter. I am lunching with the Prime Minister, and unlike most people, I have the reputation of always being on time. If you have any more to say on this subject, you can keep it until this evening, when, as I thought you might be tired, we are dining alone." He walked out of the room, closing the door sharply behind him. Venetia did not move. She was wondering if all she had heard could in any way be true, and not a figment of her imagination. How could her papa, or anyone else for that matter, expect her to marry a man she had never seen, even though he was of such social significance? She knew her father was delighted at the idea, and absolutely determined that the marriage should take place. It was impossible. "How can I make him realize," she thought, "that if I could meet the Duke, I might like him enough, once I knew him, to be his wife?" But how could a woman of any intelligence marry a man just because he had a grand title? For a moment, Venetia felt she must be dreaming, and that this was all happening while she was asleep. She had thought about marriage. Of course she had. The girls at school talked about love incessantly. At the back of her mind, Venetia had imagined that when she came to London, she would, as she had always been promised, attend many balls and receptions. Her father had always said that he would give a ball for her, and she would therefore meet countless young men. Without being conceited, Venetia realized, because she resembled her mother, who had been an acknowledged beauty, that she was pretty, and she would undoubtedly receive quite a number of proposals. Perhaps, by some miracle, she would meet a man she really loved, and they would then marry and live happily ever afterwards. It was always at the back of her mind, but because she was so interested in the subjects she was studying, she was not worried about being a little old to be a debutante. She had had no personal experience of men, only the brothers of the girls with whom she stayed, but they were either very young or not interested in schoolgirls. Her father had become much more difficult since her mamma had died. She alone had been able to coax him into a good temper when he was in one of his moods. It had been obvious to anyone who knew the couple that he adored her, and whatever she did he accepted it as her right, and never argued with her about it. That, unfortunately, could not be said of anyone else he came into contact with. He was generally considered to be cantankerous and verging on pompous, though nobody would have been brave enough to ever say so. Yet Venetia could never have imagined her father would do anything so extraordinary and unreasonable as to marry her off before she had even set foot on a ballroom floor. She admitted that from her father's point of view, the Duke of Rockinston would make an exceptional son-in-law. She had heard of the Duke. Indeed, she had. He was mentioned in every court circular, and his horses were usually first in every classic race. That, Venetia had to admit, was much in his favour. But after all, she was to marry a man, not a horse. Completely stunned at the proposition that had been put to her by her papa, she did not move until Bates came in to tell her that her luncheon was ready. Mrs. Shepherd was hoping you would go upstairs to see her before you went to the dining room, said Bates. But as your ladyship is downstairs, she's waiting to see you in the hall. Then I must see her, Bates. The old housekeeper had been with the family at the house in Berkeley Square since before Venetia was born. Venetia walked out of the study and into the hall to kiss Mrs. Shepherd affectionately. It's lovely to see you, my lady, Mrs. Shepherd was saying. We've been looking forward to your coming home. Oh, you've been away far too long. It is just what I was thinking. But now I am back. I want to see all the staff I remember so well. I just hope none have left. There haven't been many changes, my lady. You'll remember Cook, who used to be in the country, but has come up to town since you've been away. I had hoped I should still find the same servants at Lynbrook Hall as before I left. There have been some changes, but we do have to move with the times. Venetia laughed. That's one thing I don't wish you to do. But then I suppose I have grown older, if not any wiser. She was just joking, but Mrs. Shepherd replied, You've grown into a very beautiful young lady. Your mother, God bless her soul, if she were alive, would be very proud of you. We were saying in my room only the other night that there'd be plenty of fine young gentlemen running after you. It's a real shame you've been shut up in that school for so long. Well, now I am back, Mrs. Shepherd. She thought it would not be for very long. In fact, she was already thinking it was doubtful if she would go to the country before her wedding day. One thing was quite obvious. The servants did not as yet know about her father's plans for her. She realized how difficult it was to keep anything secret from the staff, and her mother had often said that the servants knew what was happening before she did herself. As she sat down for luncheon, she could not help wondering whose advice she could now seek. Then, suddenly, she remembered her godmother. Lady Manville had been very kind to her when she was a child. Venetia had often told her of troubles at home she had not wanted to bother her mother with. They were the sort of small things that were completely trivial to grown-ups, but important to her. As Bates brought in the next course, she asked him, Is Lady Manville in London? I had a letter from her a month ago when she was staying away, and it did not say if she was living in the country or in London. Her ladyship was dining here last week before his grace went on to a party at Marlborough House. Well then, I expect she is in Belgrave Square, and I do so want to see her. Shall I order a carriage, my lady? His lordship's taken one with him, but the smaller one, that'll be in the mews. Tell them to bring it round in half an hour. I want to change my clothes when I have finished luncheon. She thought, as she spoke, that she had very little to change into, only her dress she had worn at school. Her dresses had been made in France, and therefore they fitted perfectly. The other girls there had admired her, yet she was well aware that they would look very inadequate on the new wife of the Duke of Rockinston. 2 weeks, she grumbled to herself. How can I possibly be ready to be married in that time? How can any man, unless he is completely inhuman, expect me to do it? She felt a sudden anger against her future husband. In fact, any man who would expect a woman to obey his command, however inconvenient, because he was so puffed up with his own importance. One thing I know about him already, she thought, is that he is inhuman. He is not only self-opinionated, but selfish, and is not in the least concerned with other people's feelings. Bates came back into the room. I've ordered the carriage, my lady. Will you want one of the maids to accompany you? Venetia gave a little cry. Oh, no, of course not. I had forgotten it is correct, now I am grown up, to be chaperoned everywhere I go. But I am only going to see my godmother, so it's a waste of time and ridiculous for one of the maids to sit in the carriage doing nothing. Bates laughed. It'd be what his grace would expect me to arrange for you, my lady. Well, just don't tell him what I am doing. I don't expect I shall be long. I'm sure I'll be back before Papa, and as Nanny used to say, what the eye does not see, the heart does not grieve over. Bates laughed again. I expect she's still saying it to the children she's looking after now. I understands a month ago she called here to see how well we all was. She asked if we'd heard from your ladyship. I do hope Nanny is happy in her new position. She's only got one baby to look after, said Bates, and she's with some people, I forget her name, who live in the country, and she be nice and comfortable. Just what I would want for her. She thought, as she spoke, that it was really being home to hear about the people who had been part of her life for so many years. How was it possible her father could expect her to walk out on them? And how could she start an entirely new life with a strange man? It's inhuman. It's cruel. It's wicked, she fumed. Then, as she finished her meal with a cup of coffee, she said to Bates, If Papa comes back early, tell him I shall try to be home in time for tea. I'll tell his grace, my lady, but I thinks when he gets talking to them politicians, he stays much longer than expected. Oh, they talk too much. That's the whole trouble. That be true enough, agreed Bates. And there's a lot of things as wants doing in the country. If you asks me, it be a case of all talk and no do. Venetia laughed. And that is very true of politicians everywhere, Bates. They are always making the excuse that things that need altering take too much time, and nothing gets done. That be it, exclaimed Bates. And I thinks there's a chance of us having an election pretty soon. Then there will be more talk than ever. She remembered the last general election, in which she had taken part not long before she had gone to school. The speakers at the meetings in Hertfordshire all came to stay at Lynbrook Hall, and she had thought, as a rule, they were not particularly attractive men. The politicians had spent their time complimenting her mother and talking seriously to her father. Venetia finished her coffee and went upstairs. As expected, one of the maids on Mrs. Shepherd's instructions had unpacked her boxes. She took off the suit she had worn to travel in, and as it was warm she put on her prettiest afternoon gown. It was really too young and simple for a debutante, and it flashed through her mind that she would have to go shopping whether she was getting married or not. Then she felt it was impossible to face the idea of a trousseau that must be completed in less than 2 weeks. Or perhaps I can ask my godmother to speak to him, she reflected, and then she wondered if she too would think that to marry the Duke was a marvellous achievement. Equally, she told herself hopefully that Aunt Alice, as she had always called her, would be sensible enough to realise that the whole idea was quite ridiculous. The marriage could not take place in 2 weeks, even if she was really in love with the prospective husband. She picked up her handbag and gloves, and then she hurried down the stairs. The carriage was a small one her father used if he was going to his club or out to dinner alone. The horse was a well-bred animal, one Venetia had not seen before, so she patted him and asked the coachman where he had come from. His Grace brings him a year ago from a gentleman who died near Lynbrook Hall, he answered. His Grace bought 3 others, just as good if not better than him. Well, I think it was very wise of my father. I can see this is a beautiful horse, and I am delighted that he is taking me out this afternoon. It'd be nice to have your ladyship back. Venetia smiled and climbed into the carriage. The hood was down because it was a sunny day, and she thought as she drove towards Belgrave Square how beautiful London looked in the sunshine. She had a glimpse of Hyde Park and hoped that she would be able to ride there tomorrow morning. Then she told herself that she would have to go shopping from first thing in the morning until last thing at night. Otherwise she would have to be badly dressed or naked to her wedding. I will not do it. I will not. It is monstrous. It is so unfair. It is utterly and completely absurd, she protested furiously under her breath. As the words rolled off her tongue, even though she did not speak them aloud, she knew it was hopeless. However much she might rebel, however much she might fight against her papa, it was a battle she could not win. She felt that, although he loved her in his own way, he was more thrilled by the prospect of having the Duke of Rockinston as his son-in-law. Although he was himself a duke, Venetia realized that her father was not of any particular significance in the same way as the Duke of Rockinston. He had no son to inherit, and the title would go to his brother, so he was even more anxious than another man might have been that his only daughter should make a good marriage. For him, at any rate, to have Rockinston as his son-in-law was like being given all the stars from heaven, and he would never have imagined it possible that she, Venetia, pretty as she was, would attract anyone so magnificent, nor that she would ever have such an outstanding proposal of marriage before her season. Venetia could see it all happening from her father's point of view, and knew that however much she fought him, she would have to give way in the end. She would be forced to accept this outrageous marriage, simply because the alternative was exile from her own home. To defy her father would greatly upset him, and it was something her mother would never have done. "I cannot do it. I cannot," Venetia howled aloud as the carriage came to a standstill in Belgrave Square. Yet, with a feeling of despair, she knew that, though she might protest, she must eventually give in. A smart young butler showed her into a large drawing-room and said her ladyship would be informed of her arrival. When Lady Manville, who was now over 70, came slowly into the room, Venetia gave a cry of delight. She ran towards her. "My dear Venetia," exclaimed Lady Manville, "I had no idea you were in London. When did you arrive?" "Only this morning. Papa sent for me at very short notice, and I had to leave before the end of term." "It is quite right that you should. I was worried by you not coming home for Christmas." She sat down on the sofa, and holding Venetia's hand, pulled her down beside her. "You are looking lovely," she said. "I really have been very worried about you, because I thought you should have appeared this season. I did not like to protest to your father, and I had no idea he was in London until I saw him last week." "I think he has been in the country most of the time since Mamma died, so that is why he would not let me come home. As you know, I was not allowed to do so, even for the funeral." There was a little break in her voice as she said the last words. Lady Manville replied, "I think your father had a good reason for leaving you in Paris. But, dearest, I have missed you, and I am glad, so very glad that you are here now." "Well, that is exactly what I wanted you to say," Venetia answered. "Actually, I have come back to terrible trouble, so I have come to ask for your help. Please, Aunt Alice, say you will help me." "Of course I will. You do know, Venetia, as I have never had a daughter of my own, I like to feel I have had some part in bringing you up. Let me look at you." She turned round on the sofa to Venetia. "You are lovely, even lovelier than your mother. When you have your hair properly dressed and are wearing new clothes, you will be a sensation, and I'll be very proud of you." Venetia drew in her breath. "You don't know yet what I have come to tell you. I'm begging you on my knees to help me." "Why, of course I will help you," Lady Manville said in a bewildered voice. "What has happened? What has upset you? And now I think of it, why are you here in the middle of term?" "I can hardly believe what I am telling you. Papa has sent for me because my engagement is to be announced tomorrow, and I am to be married in 2 weeks' time." Lady Manville stared at her. Are you telling me the truth, or is this a joke?" "I'm telling the truth, Aunt Alice. Papa told me the moment I arrived that he has arranged my marriage. As he is so delighted about it, I know if I run away, which is my only alternative, he will never speak to me again." "Why? Why all this haste? What has happened? Why should your father behave in such an extraordinary manner?" "Well, that is exactly why I have come to you for help. The reason for this is, for him, completely compelling. It cannot even be questioned, let alone abandoned." "What is it?" asked Lady Manville. "Papa has told me that I am to marry the Duke of Rockinston." For a moment there was silence. Then Lady Manville breathed. "So that is how he is going to get out of it." Chapter 2. Venetia stared at her godmother. "What do you mean?" There was a little hesitation before she replied. "I am not sure if I ought to tell you." "But you must tell me, Aunt Alice. Papa is insistent that I marry the Duke, and I realize that something strange must have happened to him. Otherwise he would not marry someone he has never seen, even my papa's daughter." "It is the most extraordinary thing I have ever heard. At the same time, my dearest child, you are sensible enough to realize that your father would be delighted to have such a distinguished son-in-law." "I know, but no one ever thinks about me. After all, I have to marry him, not Papa. And what about him?" "I have always admired your intelligence. Indeed, I am quite certain from what you told me in your last letter about the extra lessons you were having in Paris that you are by now extremely well informed and talented." Venetia gave a little laugh. "I should be, but I don't know anything about men, especially men who will marry someone they have never even seen." There was a bitterness in her last words, and it told Lady Manville that Venetia was not only shocked by what was happening to her, but hurt. Every woman wants to be married only for herself, and naturally she was no exception. Lady Manville reached out and took her hand. "Now listen, my dearest, because I know you are clever and sensible. I'm going to tell you the whole truth about how this situation has arisen. I'm quite certain you will do the right thing, even though it may seem difficult." Venetia looked at her with a worried expression in her large blue eyes. "Is there something very wrong about the Duke?" Lady Manville shook her head. "No, there is nothing wrong physically with him. In fact, he is a very athletic young man. He races his own horses, shoots better than anyone, and if you have never seen him, he is extremely good-looking." "Then why, Aunt Alice, when he could have the pick of all the debutants, why does he have to choose me for his wife?" "That is what I'm going to tell you. And while you are listening, I want you to use all the brains that make you a success at school. Above all, as you are so like your mother, your perceptiveness about others has to stand you in good stead at this very particular moment." Venetia did not speak, as Lady Manville continued. "Rock, as he has always been called since he was a small boy, has of course been spoilt by coming into his title when he was only just 21, and by being pursued by every woman in what is still called the beau monde. Naturally, Rock accepted all the favours offered to him. He was wise enough not to take any interest in young girls, knowing that at the slightest pretext of having ruined a girl's reputation, he would be marched up the aisle by the pushy parents. They would only be too anxious, like your own father, to have him as a son-in-law. So he has had a lot of affairs de cour. Since you have been on the continent, you must know that most men find such affairs not only amusing, but a kind of tribute to their manhood. I do understand that. The girls at school talked of the affairs of their brothers, their fathers, and sometimes even their grandfathers. Lady Manville laughed. It was just the same when I was in Paris, and Rock would have been very foolish if he had either refused such charmers or had married, as his family wanted him to do when he was still in his early 20s. Then how old is he now? He must be nearly 29, and his family are frantic in case, having not yet provided an heir, he breaks his neck in a steeplechase or has an accident when, as he loves to, travelling in some uncivilized part of the world. Venetia felt that this was the only interesting fact she had heard about him so far, but she did not interrupt. As I have already said, continued Lady Manville, Rock has only to lift up his little finger, and a woman falls into his arms. Now, unexpectedly, he is in trouble because he has not been particularly intelligent. That is what I thought he must be, and naturally, after what you have said, it concerns a woman. Yes, and the lady in question is very beautiful. As so many women are jealous of her, they will be delighted she has been caught out. Please explain to me what has happened. It is already the talk of Mayfair. What is? Venetia demanded desperately. When the Earl of Darran came home unexpectedly at exactly 3 o'clock in the morning, Rock was at that very moment leaving his house. At 3 o'clock in the morning? It was fortunate for Rock that the Earl was not earlier. The Earl has naturally accused him of seducing his wife, Leone, and challenged him to a duel. He is also threatening to divorce Leone, which would completely destroy her. She paused, and Venetia commented wryly, No one can blame the Earl for being annoyed. Annoyed is a mild way of putting it. He's furious, and determined, if he cannot kill Rock, to humiliate him in every possible way. I suppose one can understand his feelings. In the case of an ordinary man, I would agree with you, but the Earl is a particularly unpleasant creature. He has been unfaithful to his wife dozens of times since they married. He bullies his servants, and is, it is said, cruel to his horses. No woman would be on his side if they were not jealous of Leone. Venetia was silent as Lady Manville added quietly, Now, you understand why Rock has asked for your hand in marriage, and I have to say it is very astute of him. Why? Asked Venetia doubtfully. Well, for one thing, the Earl will hesitate before antagonizing your father, since he is a great friend of the Prime Minister and is always welcome at Windsor Castle. Venetia knew this to be true. Apart from this, as your mother was so loved and admired by everyone in the social world, the Earl will find it difficult to gain support if he upsets you. But why should I be the one to extract the Duke from the mess he has got himself into? Inquired Venetia. Lady Manville smiled. Because, my dearest, you are very beautiful, and your parents are deeply respected by everyone, from the Queen down to the lowest commoner. You would, in point of fact, as soon as your engagement is announced, make it impossible for the Earl to force Rock into a duel, or in any way to accuse him publicly of seducing his wife. Lady Manville gave a little laugh before she added, Rock was not the first to pay his respects, shall we say, to the lovely Leonie. As it is, most people are sorry for her being married to such an unpleasant and disagreeable husband. It was only to be expected that she would enjoy herself when she had a chance with the most charming and good-looking young nobleman in London. So I am just to be a protective shield for the Duke of Rockinston, Venetia objected bitterly, and no one will be the slightest bit sympathetic if I run away and hide instead of marrying him. They would just think you very stupid, Venetia, and I can see why such an idea infuriated your father. Venetia took her hand away from Lady Manville's. I thought you would be on my side and help me, Aunt Alice, she pouted. Now, I'm going to tell you, she replied, and I do want you to listen to me, Venetia, with all your brains, and with all the sympathy your mother gave to all those who turned to her in trouble. I don't see you being very sympathetic to me. I am, and I really am sympathizing with you, and I think it is very wrong of your father to break this situation to you immediately on your arrival from France. At the same time, I can understand his delight at having such a distinguished and charming son-in-law. Supposing I don't find him charming? But you will, unless you are the exception to every woman who has ever been born. Now, my dearest, I'm going to set you probably the most difficult problem you will ever have to face in your whole life, but I think you are intelligent enough to solve it. I just cannot see how, Aunt Alice, unless, as I have already thought, by running away. But Papa would never speak to me again, and quite frankly, I have no wish to beg in the streets or sleep in the gutter, since I have no money. I am not suggesting anything quite so foolish, as it would be a dreadful waste of your beauty and your brains. Then what can I do? There was a little pause before Lady Manville said, What you have to do is to make your husband fall in love with you. And why should he do so? Venetia asked her in astonishment, when, as you have already admitted, he is in love with the Countess of Darran. Lady Manville shook her head sagely. An affair is one thing, and love is another. You should have learnt that in France, if nothing else. But are you talking about real love? The real love everyone wants, and which Papa had for Mamma, and she for him. I have never known a couple who were so happy as your beloved father and mother. Neither of them looked at anyone else all the long time they were married. I think, dearest child, that is what you want. Of course it is, Venetia agreed. We used to talk about love at school, and the girls talked endlessly about all their brothers' love affairs. But I always thought, where I was concerned, it would be very different. What you hope for is a man who will love you for yourself, and whom you will love because he will give you the real love we all know in our hearts comes from God. Venetia nodded vigorously. Yes, Aunt Alice, that is exactly what I want, and which apparently I will never be allowed to have. Why not? Venetia stared at her. Are you really suggesting that I should fall in love with the man who is marrying me just to save himself from an unpleasant scandal? She spoke scornfully, but Lady Manville responded. What I am suggesting is that you make Rock do something he has never done before. That is to be really and truly in love in the way you and I are thinking about. I should say that is such an outside chance that no one would bet on it. In fact, an impossibility. Lady Manville chuckled. I am certain that as a racing man he would agree with you. But that is where you have to prove him wrong." Again Venetia stared at her godmother. "Are you seriously suggesting that I should make the Duke fall in love with me and remain faithful? Which is what I would expect and hope for in my husband." "I am quite certain that your father was completely and absolutely faithful to your mother. But as his daughter, you may not be aware that when he was a young man, he was most attractive, and many women did their utmost to attract him into an affair, especially when you were being born, and your mother was not able to accompany him on every social occasion." Venetia looked surprised. "Your father had quite a reputation before he was married, although I suppose I should not tell you. He had a few affairs to call with my friends. They wept bitterly when he became bored with them and went on to another." "Papa did that? I had no idea." "One never thinks of one's parents in the same way as one thinks of other people. And naturally, in the ordinary way, I would never have told you all this. But you have to understand, Venetia, you are now facing the most difficult problem you will ever have to face in your life, and it is up to you to solve it." "I understand exactly what you are saying to me, Aunt Alice. But how do I solve it? I am a girl who has had nothing at all to do with men, and I have been at school until I was nearly 19. Although I was living abroad, I have never even had a flirtation." "That, my dear, is your best weapon, for the simple reason that Rock, I am convinced, has never had a conversation with a debutante, nor, if he could help it, has ever looked in their direction." "You mean he is frightened of being trapped?" "Of course he is, as all young men are, and a rich duke is the prize every ambitious mother and father wish for their daughter." "But how? Just how can I possibly do what you are advising me to do?" "I think, dearest, because you are so clever, you will know instinctively how to play your cards. The first thing is not to be aggressive, but elusive." "I don't understand, Aunt Alice." "I cannot play your part for you, but work it out for yourself that every woman Rock has looked at has fallen into his arms like an overripe peach. I am sure it has never struck him for a second that you might refuse his advances." There was a wan smile on Lady Manville's lips and a twinkle in her eye as she added, "As I look back on my life, and perhaps you realize I had a great number of men in love with me, it was always the ones I refused who were the most persistent. It was they who had lain their heart at my feet, not once, but 1,000 times. Now I am only sorry that I was not kinder to them." She realized that Venetia was listening intently. "A man always wants what he cannot have, and he also wants to be the victor. When he does win what has been a difficult battle, he is usually so afraid of losing what he has gained that he remains, unless the woman is very stupid, faithful and loving for the rest of his life." Venetia guessed she was talking about herself. She remembered now her father and mother saying how devoted Lord Manville had been to her. "They were such a devoted couple," her mamma had once said, and Harry, who had broken 1,000 hearts in every country where he was posted as a diplomat, never looked at anyone after he married Alice. To my mind, they were the happiest couple I have ever known. While Venetia was listening, Lady Manville had been watching her, and she realized that she was beginning to comprehend what she was trying to tell her. "Now, what is important, Venetia, is that you should be completely different from the girl Rock will expect." "I suppose he will expect a rather silly schoolgirl." "Exactly. That is why you must be different. Let us say that it is the first jump you will take, and you must then land successfully on the other side of the fence." "But how? How? Help me, Aunt Alice. You are giving me a lesson I have never had before, and I feel as if it is in a foreign language I don't understand." "Nonsense, dear. You are far too intelligent not to understand. If you can follow those clever old men who teach you philosophy and God knows what other subjects, you will soon grasp the most important lesson of all. That is how to make a man fall in love with you, not only with his body, but with his heart and soul." Venetia drew in her breath. "Of course, that is what I want." "Very well. Let's start at the beginning. I suppose you have only the clothes you wore at school?" "There is another thing I was going to ask. If only we were in Paris, I could go to Frederick Worth, and I am sure he would make me look the part I am to play, even if, inside, I am feeling ignorant and stupid." Frederick Worth was English, and he had conquered France with his brilliant designs for women's clothes. The magnificent dresses worn by the Empress of France, the Princess Mathilde, and Metternich were all designed by Worth. He made many new materials fashionable, and as Venetia knew, lion's silk had become a household word after the Empress had worn it for the first time. Worth had decided 2 years ago that the crinoline had become absurd, and he invented a dress with a gored skirt, but the Empress Eugenie was too timid to launch it. Yet by the end of the year, everyone was discarding their crinolines as quickly as they could, and Worth had become the greatest couturier ever in the history of fashion. He charged as much as 1,600 francs for a simple costume, and no woman felt really smart unless she was wearing one of his new designs. Venetia had read with amusement in a newspaper that an English journalist had written, "I should not give it as my fixed opinion that Paris is a religious city. No, the men believe in the Bourse, and the women in Worth." Now Venetia sighed. If only I was back in Paris and could get Frederick Worth to dress me, that at least would surprise the Duke. And because Venetia was already thinking through her suggestions, Lady Manville's eyes twinkled, but she was too astute to say anything about it, so she merely remarked, "There, I can help you." "How?" Venetia blinked. "To begin with, I have a friend here in London who brings over Frederick Worth's latest creations for me, and other ladies, every time she visits Paris." Venetia realized, as she had not noticed before in her distress, that Lady Manville was wearing what was obviously a creation by Frederick Worth. As her husband works at the British Embassy in Paris, she goes back and forth continually because her 2 sons, who she adores, are at school there. "Do you think she could bring me some gowns?" "She is in London at the moment," Lady Manville said, "and we will call on her. Is your carriage outside?" "Yes. Oh, but please don't tell her who I am marrying." No, of course not. Although the social world will be gasping tomorrow at breakfast time when they see the announcement in the Gazette. But, Aunt Alice, no one should see me dressed as I am now." "I do understand, dear Venetia." Lady Manville was delighted to realize that Venetia, with her quick brain, was already playing the part she was guiding her into. She rang the bell vigorously and asked the butler to tell her lady's maid to bring her a hat as she was going out. 5 minutes later they were driving to Hill Street, close to Berkeley Square. Lady Manville's friend, Mrs. Herbert, was surprised to see them. "I know you hate going out in the afternoon, Alice," she exclaimed. "If you had asked me, I would have come to you." "I have come on a mission of mercy. And let me introduce Lady Venetia Brooke. I think you will know her father, the Duke of Lynbrook." "Indeed I do," replied Mrs. Herbert. "I thought you were at school in France." "I was until yesterday," Venetia answered her. And that's exactly why we are here, Bridget. Poor Venetia has been asked to a number of parties, but as she has just come back from school in a great hurry, she has absolutely nothing to wear. If she had known that her father needed her, she could have visited Frederick Worth before she left Paris. Mrs. Herbert smiled. Of course she could. And I suppose you want me to provide her with some of Worth's wonderful new gowns, which I only brought back to London yesterday. That is why we have come before you have time to dispose of them, Bridget. And please, we not only want those you have with you, but a great many more. Mrs. Herbert held up her hands. Oh, you cannot have them all. My friends are waiting for my arrival. In fact, they are all coming to see me at tea-time. I am certain that everything I have brought from Paris will have disappeared before the evening is out. They will have long gone before that, so please let us waste no more time, but fit my dearest goddaughter out. You will have to provide her with a number of other gowns by the middle of next week. It's impossible, Mrs. Herbert protested. Nothing is impossible where we are concerned. What I have already suggested to Venetia, and she knows her father will agree, is that you send a courier over to Paris to bring back at least 6 gowns, and place a further order for double that amount. Mrs. Herbert drew in her breath. Venetia was to discover later that she made a small commission on everything she sold in London for Worth. But such a large order was something she had never expected nor received before. Venetia was told that the Worth designs were, for the moment, rather too elaborate and eccentric for London socialites who had been brought up to think it was vulgar to be too noticeable. Mrs. Herbert had brought back dresses that Venetia thought were absolutely lovely, as the materials Worth was now using were particularly unusual. Velvets, silks, and satins vied in richness with one another, but Worth had thought that 4 or 5 trimmings were not enough for a single dress, and so he added lace, garlands of flowers, ribbons, and frills. Venetia was delighted with them all. Because Mrs. Herbert was anxious to please her, as well as Lady Manville, she produced 3-day dresses too. She had brought them for herself together with matching hats, and they were far smarter, Lady Manville remarked, than anything available in Bond Street. There was no doubt that Venetia looked lovely in them all, and there were fortunately only minor alterations necessary that could easily be done by a lady's maid. Now, the rest of the things you want, and which must arrive next week without fail, Lady Manville said to Venetia, must be written down very clearly, so that dear Bridget can send a courier over tomorrow to collect them. It will be incredibly expensive, I am afraid, Mrs. Herbert murmured a little nervously. Lady Manville spoke up at once. The Duke wants his daughter to look outstanding, and what could better make her so than the lovely gowns we have already bought? Besides, Bridget, you will need more gowns for those you will be obliged to disappoint when they arrive here this afternoon. I don't know what I will say to them, she replied. Just tell them the dresses were not quite finished before you left, but they will be arriving in 2 or 3 days' time. And please do not mention that I have been here, or that I have brought Venetia along. It is essential they should not talk about her before she finally appears on the social stage. Mrs. Herbert laughed. Oh, you are quite right, Alice, and I will do as you say. I think that your goddaughter is very lucky to have such lovely clothes for her first season. I'm so very grateful, sighed Venetia, and please bring me, as Aunt Alice has suggested, some more lovely gowns from Frederick Worth. They will certainly make me feel surer of myself than I do at present. She knew that Mrs. Herbert would learn tomorrow morning why she was feeling so unsure. But everything must be kept secret until then. Lady Manville hesitated a moment. Then she went to her friend's writing desk. I am writing a personal note to Frederick Worth, she announced. Please send it with the order, Bridget. When they drove away from Mrs. Herbert's house, A number of boxes containing the gowns had been placed in the back of the carriage. "Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you so very much, Aunt Alice," Venetia smiled. "I'm sure that the gowns will give me courage. I will certainly need it if I am to play the part you have cast for me." "You must play it as if it was a great drama on the stage of the opera. I don't suppose you were allowed to go to any other theatre in Paris?" "No. We were able to attend some of the classical performances at the opera, and I did learn so much about music with my last teacher." "Now you will have to learn an entirely new lesson, Venetia, and if you don't come top of the class, I will be very disappointed and feel it is all my fault." "Oh, my dear Aunt Alice, no one could have been kinder or more helpful than you. I was in despair when I came to see you, but now, because you have made it all a challenge, I'm going to try to win, although the odds are still very much against me, I fear." "You may be an outsider," replied Lady Manville, "but as you well know, outsiders often romp home when it is least expected." "I hope you are right. I suspect that I may not see you again. Although Papa has not yet said so, he is sure to want to go to the country tomorrow to prepare for the wedding." "So you think you will be married at home?" "Papa was so angry with me for not being thrilled at the whole idea of marrying the Duke that he did not go any further than threatening me. It's no use fighting against the inevitable, and quite frankly, I am sure that there is no chance of changing your father's mind, or even getting him to agree to postponing the wedding. I'm sure that is what you want to do." Yes, it is. 2 weeks will hardly give me time to breathe." "Which is actually a good thing. The longer you think about it, the worse you will feel. So make up your mind that if you are in an unavoidable situation, the only way is to face up to it. Work out intelligently how you can be the winner, however unlikely it seems." Venetia laughed. "You're making it a game. I cannot help feeling much happier now than when I first came to see you." "Of course it was a shock, my dearest, and I think it extraordinary that your father did not realize that and break it to you gently. Equally, if you have to know the truth, it is better to know it all at once than to suspect that something frightful is coming while not knowing what it is." "All I can say, Aunt Alice, is that I'm going to try to follow your wonderful advice. Now I think about it, I could insist on staying in London to buy my clothes, even though Papa will want me to go to the country." "I think it would probably be wisest if you did go." "Why, Aunt Alice?" "Because when the Gazette does appear tomorrow morning, everyone is going to talk endlessly about it. I do think that when you meet the Duke he will automatically be on the defensive, because he will expect you to be shocked. Unless he is a bit stupid, which he is definitely not, he will think, quite rightly, that you do not wish to marry him. As he sounds rather conceited, he may expect me to throw myself into his arms and tell him how pleased I am to be his wife." "That will come later, my dear, but I think any girl, including you, would be shy at encountering Rock for the first time, not as a stranger, but as his fiancée. I think you should make it quite clear to him that you realize you are a port in a storm for him, but that you are accepting him only at your father's insistence." Venetia did not reply. "At the same time, it would be a great mistake to antagonize him from the very beginning, so don't tell him that you think he is behaving abominably in using someone as young and as innocent as yourself as a way of escape." Unexpectedly, Venetia laughed. "It's becoming absolutely ridiculous, and so like the cheap novelettes all the girls read at school, although they were not supposed to. I expect that instead of crying, I will laugh at my own efforts to behave as you wish me to do." "If that's what you will do, it will be intelligent of you. As I have already said, you will eventually make the Duke fall in love for the first time in his life." How can you be sure he's not been in love before, Aunt Alice? There have been many women who cried bitterly when they lost him. There have also been those who have been furious when he left them. Venetia laughed again. I am sure you are making him up, and he does not really exist. No man could be quite so different from what one could have expected, and certainly nothing like I would think of as my dream hero. No one ever turns out exactly as one wants them to be, and I am sure, Venetia, when you do fall in love, you will find, as everyone does, that it is not only different from your expectations, but very much more wonderful. If it ever happens to me now, I will be astonished. I had it all planned out in my mind, that after 2 or 3 years of enjoying the season, I would meet someone who liked the same things I like. She paused before she continued. We would write a book together, and gradually be aware that life could not go on unless we were together. Lady Manville's eyes were soft and understanding. She was thinking that despite her intelligence and her beauty, Venetia was really only a little girl lost in a bewildering world she had strayed into without realizing it. She will have to find her own way out of it, she thought, and undoubtedly she will, but it could be a very painful process. She put out her hand and touched Venetia's cheek. Never forget one thing, Venetia. God has blessed you with a beautiful face, and I am certain a heart as warm and understanding as your dear mother's. You will, as a duchess, be of great influence, and it is up to you whether you make the best or the worst of it. Oh, now you are frightening me, protested Venetia. I would not do so, but you must never underrate yourself. I, personally, am totally convinced that one day you will find exactly what you are seeking. I only hope that's true, mumbled Venetia. The carriage then came to a standstill outside Lady Manville's house in Belgrave Square. Goodbye, my dearest, said Lady Manville. And if you stay in London, come and see me every day to tell me what is happening. But I think you should go to the country with your father. It would be much more effective to appear for the first time at your wedding dressed in a fabulous gown Mrs. Herbert will obtain from Frederick Worth. It will certainly add to the drama, Venetia replied rather sarcastically. Everyone will be looking at my gown, and not at me. Lady Manville's eyes twinkled. You will be lucky if the women are not all looking at the bridegroom. She then walked up the steps to her house, and as she turned to wave Venetia goodbye, she heard her laugh. Lady Manville went into the house. She was reflecting that perhaps, for the first time in his life, Rock would find himself up against something he had never experienced before. Chapter 3. As Venetia drove on home, she thought that it was the strangest afternoon she had ever spent. However, she was feeling very differently about the whole situation than she had this morning. It had been Lady Manville's idea before they left that Venetia should leave her own dress with Mrs. Herbert for the courier to take to Paris, as it was essential for Worth to have a model that fitted her perfectly. Actually, the dress she was now wearing, which had been made for Mrs. Herbert, fitted her almost perfectly, but she was a little smaller round the waist. It had undoubtedly, Venetia reckoned, as she gazed intently into the mirror, transformed her from a schoolgirl into a young woman. It was extremely smart and so much more elaborate than any dress she had ever owned before. By the time she arrived home, it was already after 5 o'clock, and she felt sure her father had come back earlier. Bates was waiting for her in the hall, and before he could speak she asked him, "Is his Grace back, Bates?" "He's in the drawing-room, my lady." Venetia gave a little sigh. She had hoped she would have time to think before meeting her father again. Then she told herself she had accepted the situation, so thankfully there was no reason for them to quarrel. She pulled off her hat, gave it to Bates, and ran up the stairs to the drawing-room, which was on the first floor. Tea was arranged in front of the sofa, and her father was standing with his back to the mantelpiece, obviously waiting for her. "I'm sorry to be late, Papa," began Venetia, "but as you can see, I have been shopping, and I have ordered a delightful but somewhat expensive trousseau. I hope you will approve of it." She was very perceptive. She realized that her father was on the defensive and ready to argue with her again. Now he was pleased that she had mentioned her trousseau, as it told him that she now intended to accept the marriage. "Let me look at you," he asked. Venetia put out her arms and twisted round in front of him. "This is an original Frederick Worth, straight from Paris, Papa. Clever Aunt Alice knows exactly where I can obtain enough clothes so that you will not be ashamed of me on my wedding day." "I would never be that," her father replied gravely, "and I think your mother would be proud of you if she saw you at this moment. Now, I must give you your tea, Papa." She began to pour from the silver teapot that had been in the family since the reign of George III. "What I was thinking," her father said as he took the cup from her, "is that we should leave for the country tomorrow morning. There is nothing to keep us in London if you now have the clothes you want. I think we will be happier and more peaceful in the country." "What you are saying, Papa, is that there will be a great deal of chatter and talk when my engagement to the Duke is announced. It will be very difficult to answer all the questions that would be put to me." She was thinking that everyone was bound to ask her how well she knew the Duke, and they would be curious, even if they were too polite to say anything, as to why her engagement was announced immediately after the scandal the Duke had created. To keep away from the subject, Venetia remarked, "What I am most looking forward to is seeing your new horses, Papa. I thought the one pulling the carriage today was superb, and I understand you have some others." "I thought I had written and told you about them, and I want you to ride them. There is one which I am quite certain will win many races." "What about the Gold Cup at Ascot?" He made a gesture with his hands. I would love to win the Gold Cup, but I suspect that Rockinston will always pass the winning post first." "At least try to beat him, Papa," Venetia urged. "I would be so thrilled if you could pass him at the post." She could see, as she spoke, how pleased her father was that she had accepted the situation. He had obviously come back to the house expecting their argument to start all over again, and him to lose his temper as he always did if he was opposed. Venetia continued to chatter away. "Aunt Alice is really fantastic. She always has the answer to any problem, and when I told her that I wanted my trousseau to be ready in under a fortnight, she did not even say it was impossible." "She has always been a remarkable woman, but to tell the truth, I had really forgotten about your trousseau. I have never understood women saying they have not got a thing to wear, and then having hysterics at having to buy everything so quickly." "My gowns are all coming to me from Paris, from Frederick Worth." "Then you will be outstanding. I remember when I was last in Paris being astounded that the crinoline should have disappeared so quickly. Apparently the new fashion is to have a bustle at the back." "You are quite right, Papa, and that is actually what my evening gowns have. Not a very large one, but I am so thankful that I do not have to wear a crinoline." "Your mother always said they were a nuisance, and I know she would be delighted at the way you look now." "Then I am not concerned with what anyone else may think of me, one way or another." She tried to keep the conversation off her marriage during dinner. Rising as soon as dinner was over in case her father started to talk about her future husband, she said she must retire to bed. "I am really tired after travelling from Paris, and I want to feel ready to jump and gallop for hours tomorrow." "I will pick out my best mount for you." She kissed her father good night and walked upstairs, thinking that Aunt Alice would praise her for having been so diplomatic. "She is right," thought Venetia. "I have to use my brains. After all, A great deal of money has been spent on developing them. If they don't work, I shall feel inclined to ask for Papa's money back." Then she laughed at herself, undressed quickly, and climbed into bed. She had expected to lie awake and go over in her mind all that had happened in the day, but she was more tired than she thought, and fell asleep almost immediately. When she was called at 8 o'clock sharp the next morning, she was still fast asleep. The maid pulled back the curtains and said, "His Grace has told me to tell you, my lady, that he wants to leave at 9:30. "I will be ready," answered Venetia. "Please, pack all my clothes, including those I brought back from school." "I'll do that, my lady." Venetia had told her not to undo the boxes that had come from Mrs. Herbert, as the alterations could be done in the country. She thought it would be a mistake for the servants to talk too much about her new dresses, and her mamma had always said that half the gossip and mischief in Mayfair started in the servants' hall. She felt it would be a titbit of information for those who were speculating over her engagement if they learned that she had already bought gowns from Frederick Worth. When she went down to breakfast, she was sure that her father must have read the Gazette first, and then put it under a pile of newspapers on a chair behind him. He always had a silver book-rest in front of him, on which he placed one newspaper at a time. He usually read the Morning Post first, but it was not in evidence, and there was no sign of the Gazette. Actually, she had no wish to see it herself, as she knew how it could read, and she could all too clearly hear the exclamations of astonishment and curiosity being made in countless houses in Mayfair. Suddenly, she was afraid of the sensation she must be causing, and she had no wish to be faced with it. "It's a lovely day, so do let's go to the country as soon as possible," she urged her father. "I thought you might feel like that, my dear. I have already sent to the Mews for the carriage to be brought round at 9. After all, there is no point in sitting too long over breakfast." Venetia just had time to help herself to breakfast from the silver dishes on the sideboard. She was finishing her second cup of coffee when Bates announced that the carriage was on its way. "I've had everything brought down, my lady," he said to Venetia, "but I don't know if there be anything else you be wanting to take with you." "I am sure I will find everything I require at home, and of course, as you will understand, Bates, having been away for so long, I am hoping that nothing has changed, and that everything is exactly as it was when I left." Bates smiled. "That's what we all hope, my lady, but we're often disappointed." "I will complain bitterly if I am disappointed, but I am certain that Mrs. Johnson will have left things just as they were." Mrs. Johnson was the housekeeper in the country, and she had been in the service of the Duke even longer than Mrs. Shepherd. The two elderly women constantly vied with each other to keep the two houses perfect, and if there was an accident or anything was lost, it upset them greatly. Mrs. Shepherd had left a cape in the front hall for Venetia to wear over her dress, as well as a hat with a wide brim as a shade against the sun. When Venetia walked outside, she could see to her delight that her father was driving a new team of 4 she had not seen before. They were very well matched, and she knew in the light open chaise they would travel at speed. "You never told me in your letters, Papa, that you had bought a new team." "I thought I had, my dear, but actually these have only been here for the last 3 months. The other team was growing old, and I put them out to grass." "That was kind of you, Papa." Their luggage was being carried on a brake, and in it was her father's valet, who went everywhere with him, and 2 footmen as well as 2 maids. For a moment Venetia looked at them in surprise. She was ready to ask a question, but then she knew the answer. Extra help would be needed in the country for the forthcoming wedding celebrations. She bade farewell to Bates, climbed into the chaise, and her father picked up the reins. He was an outstanding driver, and she appreciated the adroit way he drove his horses carefully through the crowded streets until they were out of the suburbs. Then he gave the team their heads, and it seemed to Venetia that on the open road they were now travelling at record speed. She had hardly exchanged a word with her father since they had left Berkeley Square, and she could not help wondering if the Duke of Rockinston would ever be able to compete with him at driving a team. Yet, to suddenly think of him made her shudder. She tried to tell herself it was a subject she had to ignore and finally quench altogether. One thing, she reflected as they drove along, is that I must not be afraid of him. If he is at all decent, he will try not to frighten me. Equally, she knew that she was frightened. She was glad to be leaving London, as there would be no one to talk to about the Duke except her father. He had not mentioned him at all this morning, and she took this to mean that he was being tactful. She had been far too tired last night to reflect on everything Aunt Alice had told her. But she mused now that, as her godmother had said, she would have to be most astute to cope with the Duke. She was certain he would be well aware of his own excellence. He would be conceited, self-centred, and intolerant. He would expect from long experience that every woman would throw herself at his feet or into his arms. Venetia felt herself shudder at the idea. And then she began to think how she should behave when they met. At least I have time to consider it, she thought. It would be much worse if Papa had arranged for me to be married tomorrow, before I had time to draw my breath. Even so, 2 weeks, with 1 day already gone, was not a very long time in which to prepare for her whole life, and so different from how she had envisaged her future. She had been so certain that she would have time to meet people in the social world, and time to go to balls that she had heard so much about. Some of the older girls at her school had described them to her dramatically. "I was so afraid," one said, "that I would be a wallflower and that no one would ask me to dance. But they actually queued up, and in the end I had more partners than there were dances on my card." "Well, that is exactly what everyone wants," another girl laughed. "I sat out 2 dances at the first ball I went to, and I have never been so miserable. I wanted to run away and hide myself, but my mamma would not let me." "You must have been unlucky," another piped up. "My brother says that if men go to a debutante's ball, they know they must dance at least once with the girl for whom the ball is given, or they won't be asked to the next party." Venetia laughed. "Well, that is one way of being certain one is not left sitting out when everyone else is dancing. Oh, you cannot imagine how horrible it is," the girl replied. "But you'll be all right, Venetia. You're so pretty that all the men will want to dance with you." "I do hope you're right," giggled Venetia. Now she recognized that she would never be able to prove it one way or another. She would never go to a debutante's ball, or even the ball her father had promised her. It was where she had expected to meet an attractive man, who would ask her for one dance and then insist on partnering her for every dance. "It's just not fair," she thought to herself. "I am to be a married woman and never a debutante." She had thought so much about it, and had talked about it with the girls so often that it seemed incredible that now it was all taken away from her. Just because a strange man her father admired had been caught out behaving improperly, and however horrible the Earl of Darran might be, she still sympathized with him. It was dreadful that a man should go away, perhaps on business, and return to find his wife had been unfaithful with another man in his own bedroom. Venetia had not really thought about it before, but now she told herself that actually she was shocked by what was called an affaire de cour. She had heard about them in Paris and in London, and it seemed to her that the person who really suffered was the husband. She was sure that the French girls thought it quite natural for their brothers to have tempestuous affairs de cour with married women, and she suspected that some English girls felt the same. Now she was walking into a trap from which she could never escape, and such behaviour had been expected of the man who had been chosen to be her husband. She stiffened at the idea of it happening to her. Looking back, She could well remember when she was quite small overhearing a conversation that had taken place between her mamma and one of her close friends. Venetia had been playing on the floor and had not intended to listen, and they thought she was too young to understand what they were saying. "I have just left poor Helen," her mother's friend said. "I'm so sorry for her, but as you know, there is nothing we can do." "Oh, you are not saying that tiresome husband has been unfaithful to her again?" Mamma asked. "Does he ever do anything else? But this time it is worse for Helen than before." "Why?" Mamma wanted to know. "Because he thinks he has fallen in love with her half-sister." She was obviously shocked. "Are you certain?" she inquired. "After all, Helen's half-sister has been married to Lord Temple now for 3 years, and I thought they were very happy." "We all thought that, but apparently Helen found Cyril not only consoling Belinda after she had quarrelled with her husband, but kissing her passionately too. Oh, poor Helen was too upset to protest." "So what happened?" She was almost certain, although of course Cyril lied to her, that they had gone away for a romantic weekend on his yacht. Helen, as you know, loathes the sea, and is seasick if there is even a ripple on the water. Venetia had not meant to listen in, nor had she been particularly interested. She had merely thought it would be fun to go on a yacht, and wondered if her papa would buy one. Now, as the conversation came back to her, she could not help thinking that if this was what marriage was meant to be, she would much rather stay single. Yet she recognized she would like to have children, and one day hopefully a son. She was well aware that, happy though her father and mother were, it had been a source of sadness for them both that they had not produced a son. Because her mamma was not very strong, she had not had another baby after Venetia, and it suddenly struck her that if she had a number of brothers, her father would not be so keen on her making an important marriage. And if he could not have a son himself, he wanted a grandson. She would also be expected to supply an heir to the Rockinston dukedom. Oh, the mere idea of the unknown duke touching her made her shudder. She had no wish to have a strange man touch or kiss her, although the girls at school who had been kissed said it was a wonderful experience. It was something that seemed unreal to her. Yet, now she told herself, although the suddenness of it seemed incredible, the Duke would not only expect to kiss her, but also to give her a son. "How can I possibly do so with a man I don't love?" Venetia asked herself fervently. As her father drove on, she wondered if, instead of accepting the situation as Lady Manville had persuaded her to do, she should, after all, run away and escape. It had been her first impulse, but she had no money, and where could she go? Whatever she might have said to Papa yesterday, whatever protests she had made, the engagement had been announced in the newspaper this morning. That tied her hands more effectively than anything else. In fact, as she told herself, it bound chains round her ankles. So she simply could not run away. And as they drove on, she was thinking, how could this happen to me? And now that it has happened, how can I somehow be free of the Duke and all men like him? They reached Lynbrook Hall in good time for a late luncheon. As they drove up the drive, Venetia thought she had forgotten how beautiful the house was, silhouetted against a number of vast fir trees. The whole place seemed brilliant with colour, and as the sun glinted on the windows, Venetia thought it gave her a special welcome. "We are home. We are home," she breathed. Her father turned his head to smile at her. "And in record time. I've never driven so fast before, and no one else has managed to do this drive from London in just 4 hours. There was triumph in his voice, and Venetia said, "You drive magnificently, Papa. You always do." "That is a compliment I really appreciate, Venetia. and after luncheon I will show you our new horses." "I would love that, and as I would love to ride, I will change into my habit as quickly as possible." "Well, don't be long. I am extremely hungry, and I need a strong drink." Venetia could not wait to jump out of the chaise as soon as a footman opened the door. She shook hands with the old butler, who had been at the hall even longer than Bates had been in London. He was obviously delighted to see her home, and so was Mrs. Johnson, who was waiting for her. "You've been away too long, my lady," she said, "and it ain't somehow right without you here." "I'm very glad to be back, Mrs. Johnson." But she could not help remembering she would not be staying very long. She walked into the bedroom, which had been hers since she had been too old for the nursery. All the treasures she had collected over the years were on top of the chest of drawers. There was even her old teddy bear sitting in one chair, and a doll she had loved like a child in another. "It's real nice to have you home, my lady," Mrs. Johnson was saying. "It is where I always want to be," sighed Venetia. Because they had left London early in the morning, she had travelled in one of her school dresses. Now the footman had brought up her luggage, she took it off and put on an old riding habit. "You're not going riding when you've just come all that way, my lady?" inquired Mrs. Johnson. "I certainly am. I want to be with the horses, which I have missed so much while I have been away." When she went downstairs, she found that her father was agitated because he wanted his luncheon. "I'm not really late, Papa. I did not want to keep you waiting after luncheon while I changed into my riding habit, so I thought I would change at once." "As it is something I would like to do myself, I will forgive you, although you are exactly 7 minutes late, and I am quite certain the first course is ruined." He was only teasing, and Venetia slipped her hand into his. "It's so lovely to be home, Papa, and I want to stay here and never go away." The words came out before she could stop them. She felt her father stiffen, and then she said quickly before he could speak, "I'm quite sure that cook will have made all your favourite dishes to welcome us, so we must not hurry too much over luncheon." Her father smiled. Venetia was thinking, as she walked into the dining room, that she only had 11 days left to enjoy. She intended to make the very most of them, but at the same time, her heart was crying. "Why, oh why does it have to be me?" Then she scolded herself cynically that thousands of people were saying exactly the same words in every part of the world. Their plight might be far worse than being forced to marry a rich, eligible duke. Venetia thought their luncheon was delicious. As soon as it was finished, she and her papa walked up to the stables, and there were at least a dozen new horses in their boxes since she had been away at school. She was told that there were also several new mares in the paddock, as well as a number of their foals. "Oh, they all look marvellous, Papa," Venetia cried as she walked from stall to stall. Finally, although her father said she must be tired, she chose the most spirited newcomer. It was saddled and bridled for her, while her father chose a horse he was particularly fond of. They rode out of the stables, and then galloped over the flat field that lay beyond the paddock, and took a few jumps over some high hedges. "Oh, now I feel so much better," Venetia exclaimed, as they drew in their horses to a slow trot. "You ride as well as you went away, Venetia, and I knew that Ashton would be delighted." "The horses grow older and wiser with experience, Papa, and I suppose that applies to me too." She had not had riding on her mind, but she knew it would be a mistake to say so. Instead, she continued, "I would suppose, however old one becomes, there is always something new that one can enjoy, or perhaps, if one is clever, change and alter." There was a silence for a moment. Then he declared, "I do think in this uncertain world one should not expect perfection, but seek it and be sensible enough, and if you are disappointed, try again." Venetia stared at him. "I have never known you so philosophical before, Papa. But you are right. Too many give up too quickly." "That is just what I was trying to say, Venetia." They rode on for a little while in silence, and then, as if he had been thinking it over, he added, "I am so proud of the way you are behaving, Venetia. I know that yesterday you were shocked and angry at what I had planned for you, but I am absolutely convinced in my own mind that I am doing what is best for you, and I can only beg of you to give it a fair chance." There was no possibility of her ending the marriage once it had happened, and Venetia therefore knew he was really pleading with her to be pleasant to the Duke. He must have guessed that, when she returned from Lady Manville, that her godmother would have told her why the Duke was so anxious to announce his marriage so quickly. All those who knew him would be well aware she was saving him in a very unusual way from the punishment she actually believed he richly deserved. There was a note in her father's voice that told her he was desperately pleading with her to understand, and because he loved her, not to let it spoil what had been between them, a perfect relationship. They rode on for a little while in silence. Then, as Venetia looked out at the beautiful country ahead of her, and the house silhouetted against the sky, she said quietly, "Whatever happens to me in the future, Papa, this is my home, and I feel I am completely and absolutely a part of it." "Of course you are, my dear Venetia, and as your home, there is always a special place for you here." "That is just what I wanted to know. I hope, Papa, you will never forget you promised me that." He turned around to look at her, and then, as if he was following his own train of thought, he added, "You are very beautiful, Venetia, and a beautiful woman, if she is clever, can always have the whole world at her feet." Venetia laughed. "That is what I want you to believe, Papa. But the world, whether it is large or small, takes a lot of handling, and I am at the moment somewhat inexperienced." The Duke smiled at her. "You are exactly like your mother, and that, in my opinion, is the most delightful thing about you." Then, as if he felt he could not say any more, he spurred his horse and set off at a gallop. Because the field was flat ahead, Venetia raced him, and although she had a bad start, she caught up with him, passed him, and at the end of the field she was still in front. "I have won!" she cried. "By 2 lengths. You can hardly ask for more." "No, of course not. But if I have to race against the world, Papa, I think perhaps it's a good omen." He smiled, but he did not answer her. She guessed that he was, in his own way, feeling ashamed because he had bullied her into this marriage. As they rode home, Venetia was thinking that every minute she spent at Lynbrook Hall was precious. There was only a short time left for her to feel free, as the clouds on the horizon were darkening. Whatever she might try to think, she was afraid. Afraid of marriage, afraid of the future, and most of all, afraid of the man she was being forced to marry. After talking to her godmother about him, she was trying not to hate him, but equally she felt he was taking so much away from her. Not only the amusement and gaiety she had hoped to find in London, now she was no longer a schoolgirl, but above all, he was destroying her dreams of love, and the excitement and magic of meeting a man who would be attracted to her, and of realizing after a while that they were prepared to give each other their hearts. She had thought it over so often at school, and as she had grown older, it had become part of her dreams. It was what she had looked forward to, and she was definitely entitled to it. Yet, one man, by one stupid, selfish action, had taken all this from her. "How can I do anything but hate him for what he has done to me?" she asked herself that night when she went upstairs to bed. She was standing at the window looking out at the moonlight shining on the garden outside and the stars coming out over the trees. She thought, if there were a young and handsome man below looking up at her, she would smile at him. He would beg her to come down and walk with him in the moonlight, and she would know that she ought not to. But it was so exciting and romantic. Now the garden was empty, and the moonlight just threw shadows onto the lawn. "This will never happen to me," she whispered. Pulling the curtains, she walked across the room to the bed, and as she climbed in, she blew out the candles. Then she closed her eyes and tried to go to sleep. She was thinking once again of the man who might have been outside looking up at her window. He would be standing there because he loved her, because he would want her eventually as his wife. But now she did not even have the happiness of imagining or dreaming such a scenario might happen. In 10 days' time, she would be married to a man who loved another woman, or rather, perhaps, other women. But one thing was for certain. He did not love her. Chapter 4. The Duke of Rockinston travelled to Scotland in his yacht. He had found that trains became slower and more unreliable the further north they went. As he was in a great hurry, he knew it was more sensible for him to go by sea. His yacht was a new toy he was delighted with. It boasted the latest modern improvements and gadgets. He was already well aware that at Cowes his yacht would be superlative amongst all the others. On the way north, he had spent most of the time on the bridge with his captain, as he always liked to direct the yacht himself. It was appropriately named the Thistle, because he was very proud of his Scottish blood. His mother was a Scot, and when she was widowed and handed over Rockinston Hall to her son, she moved up to Rockinston Castle in Scotland. She always declared that when he was married, she would leave the castle, which now was his. There was a superb dower house on the Scottish estate, or she could go to where her own clan was based. At the moment, she was in Rockinston Castle, situated on the borders of Sutherland and Caithness. It had been in the Rockinston family for over 300 years, and Rock loved it almost as much as he loved his house in England. Certainly the grouse shooting was very good, and the number of salmon he caught in the Roarer rivalled every other river nearby. The Thistle entered the bay by Rockinston Castle early in the morning, and Rock thought nothing could look more beautiful than all the towers and turrets silhouetted against the moors behind them. Rock calculated he could not spend long with his mother before he would have to return for his wedding. He had been ruminating about his marriage all the time he was sailing north. He had found it difficult to sleep at night, especially as they did not stop each night and anchor in a quiet bay as was usual. He had told the captain it was full steam ahead all the way, but with the engine pounding beneath him, it was impossible to escape his thoughts. He could easily visualize how the announcement in the Gazette that he was to marry the daughter of the Duke of Lynbrook would astonish his friends, especially those in Mayfair. They would know by now how furious the Earl of Darran was with him, and his angry threats would have circulated from house to house. Another man might have felt that he should protect his wife, however badly she behaved, and certainly would not have publicized, as the Earl was, her misdoing. How could I have guessed? Rock asked himself. He would come back at 3 o'clock that morning when he was not supposed to return for another week. He was sure someone had been mischief-making. He or she had doubtless told the Earl, who had been in Cornwall, that his wife was being unfaithful. As everyone recognized, the Earl was continually unfaithful himself, and yet he was furious not only that his beautiful wife should have strayed, but also that it should be with the Duke of Rockinston. They had always been at daggers drawn ever since Rock, when he first arrived in London, had taken a very pretty actress away from the Earl. She was young, and had made her name on the stage at Drury Lane, and she considered the Earl unpleasant, as so many others did. She had therefore kept him at arm's length, but the Earl was determined to become her protector, and he was sure it was only a question of time before she succumbed to his very genuine offers. When Rock swept her away from him, just as he felt he was about to be victorious, he was wild with anger. From that moment on, although Rock did not worry himself about it, he became a bitter enemy. And now that the man he most disliked should have made love to his wife was too much for the Earl to endure. He had been told it was happening, as Rock had guessed, by a mischief-maker, a woman who actually had a grudge against both men. The Earl had spent a month or so at her beck and call, but eventually found her a bore and discarded her promptly. Rock had simply taken no notice of her at all, although they met frequently. She was considered a beauty, and did have a certain standing in some social circles. She had been determined to wreak her revenge at some point, on both of them. When she was informed in a whisper that Rock was having an affair with the beautiful Earl of Darran, she realized that her opportunity had finally come. Managing to find out where the Earl was staying in Cornwall, she wrote him an affectionate letter in which she spoke of the old times when they had been so happy with each other, and said how much she had missed him at a recent party. Then, at the end, she wrote, "I'm so sorry, my dearest, that Leonie has become infatuated with that stuck-up young Rockinston. I have always found him very tiresome." That was all, but it was enough. The Earl immediately rushed back to London, arriving at 3 o'clock in the morning, catching Rock virtually red-handed. When he thought it all over in the cold light of day, Rock realized he had in fact been very stupid. He should never have embarked on an affaire de cour with Leonie, knowing the enmity her husband had for him. Indeed, the Earl had made it quite obvious during the past few years that he disliked even hearing Rock's name mentioned in his presence. "It was foolish of me," Rock mused in the darkness of the master cabin. They had stopped for the night of the voyage in a quiet bay, so they could anchor at the castle conveniently before midday. Rock still found it impossible to fall asleep. He was thinking that at least he had been astute enough to avoid a duel, which was forbidden by Queen Victoria, and had avoided meeting the Earl face to face. The Earl had called at Rock's house in Park Lane, but the servants had been instructed to say he had gone away, and that they had no idea when their master was expected back. In the meantime, just like a message from the gods, he had thought that his only possible way of escape was to announce his engagement. He had received a pathetic note from Leonie, saying that her husband was threatening her with divorce, and if that happened, she would be exiled from London, and she would have to live abroad or kill herself. Rock did not take her threat to kill herself seriously, but he felt very sorry for her. She was so beautiful, and had such an unpleasant husband. It was so obvious she would look elsewhere for the love, affection, and admiration she naturally craved. Rock knew that he was not the first lover she had taken when the Earl was away, nor would he be the last. But he had no wish to be involved in a scandal, and, as he well knew, nothing could be more scandalous than a divorce. If the Earl divorced Leonie, it would take a very long time, as it had to be approved by Parliament. Then he would, as a gentleman, have to offer her marriage, and that would still be completely unacceptable in the social world, so they would both be obliged to live abroad. He had been frantic and spent sleepless hours wondering desperately what he could do. It occurred to him how angry his family would be. They may even turn their backs on him for creating such a scandal and blackening the family name. When he went through friends he could count upon to stand by him, he instinctively thought of the Duke of Lynbrook. He had seen him only the previous week. The Duke had been interested in him and fond of him since he was a boy, and had told him where there were some excellent thoroughbreds soon to be put up for sale. "I have been offered them confidentially," he said, "as the owner has no wish for anyone to know that he is in trouble, and is obliged to sell his stable. Naturally, he does not want his relations to know about it." "I can understand," Rock had murmured. "Of course you can, but I do know I can trust you, Rock, not to let this go any further. You can see the horses immediately, and I will tell him that you are as trustworthy as I am. We two will be the only people who are aware of the predicament he finds himself in." "I am very grateful to you indeed. It is very kind of you to trust me." I was very fond of your father, and I always thought he would have been proud of you if he had seen you win the Oaks last year, and the Derby the year before. I was fortunate that he taught me how to ride, and how to pick out a good horse as soon as I could walk." The Duke of Lynbrook laughed. "You certainly succeeded in making your name in the racing world, and I am told in other fields as well." "Oh, you should not listen to women's talk," Rock said rather daringly. "I admit they talk too much, but as you will find out, my dear boy, life would be very dull without them." Rock had bought 6 horses from the man's stable, and because he was sorry for anyone down on their luck, he paid more for them than he should have done. But they were all particularly fine horseflesh, and he was very grateful to the Duke of Lynbrook for giving him the opportunity to purchase them. When he was thinking about him, he remembered that his wife had once been a great beauty, and that he had a daughter. Someone had mentioned to the Duchess of Lynbrook at a party he had attended recently, saying, "If Lynbrook's daughter is as beautiful as Elizabeth when she first came to London, all I can say is that the girl will have a dozen hearts thrown at her feet from the moment she appears." Rock was already certain that the one person who would help him in his present predicament was the Duke of Lynbrook. "Even if he will not assist me," he reflected at the time, "he will not talk." Rock had therefore gone to visit him at his house in Berkeley Square the following morning. The Duke of Lynbrook had already been told what had happened, and he realized without asking too many questions or making any comment that Rock was in a very difficult situation and had to be saved. He had not thought of the possible solution himself until Rock had suggested a little hesitantly, "The only way I can think of to save myself from utter destruction, and also the Countess's reputation, would be if you would allow me to marry your daughter." He thought, even as he spoke, that the Duke might fly into a rage and throw him out of the house. Instead, there was an astonished silence. The Duke had looked at him as if he half suspected this was a joke, and finally he replied, "There is nothing, my dear boy, that would please me more." To Rock, it seemed as if the dark cloud which had enveloped him ever since he had opened the front door to find the Earl facing him was evaporating. An hour later he left the house in Berkeley Square feeling as if he was walking on air. The Duke of Lynbrook had taken everything out of his hands. He had also advised Rock to leave London just as quickly as he could. "To go to Scotland, to tell your mother you are to be married, is an excellent excuse for your absence," he said. "No one can openly accuse you of running away then." Rock had been only too glad to do exactly as he suggested, and hurried back to Park Lane to order his valet to pack his clothes. Then, as he joined his yacht, which was moored some way down the Thames, before it was time for luncheon. As the Thistle moved out to sea, he said a prayer of thankfulness. He was quite sure he could leave everything in the capable hands of the Duke of Lynbrook. Even by the time he reached his castle in Scotland, he had hardly given a passing thought to his future wife as a person. Vaguely, at the back of his mind, he reckoned that she must be as beautiful as her mother, and her father was a most distinguished-looking man. What was more important than anything else was that his family would be very delighted, and there was no question of his mother being upset and thinking he was making a mésalliance. His mother was largely responsible for the fact that he had given up making love to actresses and dancers, and turned instead to bored, married women. They were socially acceptable, and more importantly, safe. Some time ago he had realized from conversations with his uncle and cousins that his mother and they were desperately worried about him. He had been enjoying himself, as most young men of his age did, with those who were called white doves, and they feared he would somehow be led into marrying one of them. He had no intention of doing anything so stupid, and despite all the efforts of his family to marry him off and provide an heir, he had managed to remain a bachelor. Most of his contemporaries had found themselves married well before they were 25, and there was practically no girl in society from a distinguished family he had not been pressured into meeting. Of course, he was an exceptional catch. He realized that. But he had a long time ago made up his mind that marriage was not for him unless he fell head over heels in love. His friends from Oxford, who he saw frequently at White's Club, had all been married several years ago, and if not actually bored with their wives, they were always ready to enjoy a new attraction on the side. One of them had confided in him. "You are wise, Rock, not to have married too young. I find now that the responsibility of a wife and family can be very boring. Next time you go off on one of your trips abroad, unless you take a female companion, you might like to ask me to accompany you." Rock had vaguely agreed to such a proposition, but he found that when he did go abroad, he liked going alone to unusual places. He knew that was not the sort of holiday he would be expected to give his friends, but parties at which everyone drank too much were not his idea of fun. However, now he was in trouble. He was sensible enough to realize that only a woman could save him. He must marry whether he wanted to or not. If it were to someone like the Duke of Lynbrook's daughter, it would then be impossible for the Earl to bring a case against him. The Duke of Lynbrook was always welcomed at Windsor Castle, and there was little doubt that the Queen would approve of his daughter's marriage, especially if it was to someone as illustrious as himself. That they would then be accepted enthusiastically by society went without saying. No one could complain that the new Duchess of Rockinston did not have a family tree as good as his own. Blue blood should go to blue blood. How many times had his relatives said that to him? He knew that everyone respected the Duke, and his wife's beauty was still referred to every time her name was mentioned, even after her early demise. "I have been exceptionally astute," he told himself. At the same time, he was wondering just how he would cope with a wife who was so much younger. He thought of the many debutants who had been presented to him, and from whom he had escaped as soon as possible, and he imagined that she would be like them. Those he had talked to, and there were very few, he had found incredibly dull. They were either very shy, or, when they did make an effort to speak, they talked, in his opinion, utter nonsense. He could imagine nothing more dreary in the long winter evenings than if his new wife either had nothing to say, or, indeed, too much. But he knew he should be eternally grateful that he could be engaged at a moment's notice to someone who would be acceptable, not only to his mother and family, but also to the Queen. Because the Queen had been fond of Rock's father, she had always been extremely pleasant to him. He had been summoned to Windsor Castle on odd occasions, and the Queen congratulated him on his horses. She had always made it abundantly clear that she was genuinely pleased to see him, and he supposed that one day, when she was older, his wife would take her traditional place as the lady of the bedchamber. Then they would both have to be frequently at Windsor Castle, which he did not look forward to with much enthusiasm, as he found the pomp and ceremony a bore. "I don't want to be married, and that is the truth," Rock exclaimed, not once, but a dozen times when he was alone in his cabin. When next morning they anchored in front of his castle, he felt depressed. Certainly, as far as his mother was concerned, she would be thrilled that he was at last seeing what she called sense. But he knew that even though he had no intention of confiding in anyone else, he would have to tell her the truth, no matter how horrified she might be by it. Sighing heavily, he stood up straighter, mentally preparing himself for the day ahead. Because he had sent her a telegram to say that he was arriving, he was not at all surprised when the moment the yacht appeared, the pipers began to play. When he stepped ashore, there were servants in their kilts and his mother's companion waiting to welcome him. Then, accompanied by the pipers, he walked through the garden and up the long flight of steps to the castle itself. which had been constructed high above the sea with a magnificent view over the bay. "How is my mother?" he asked her companion. "Very excited to see you, Your Grace," she replied. "She has been quite active recently, despite the fact that the doctors kept advising her to rest." Rock nodded. His mother was not the type of woman to spend her days resting. In fact, during his last visit, Rock's mother had said to him, "I told him, dearest, that I can rest in the grave." She now exclaimed in delight at seeing him, telling him animatedly, almost before he asked, of the prospects for the grouse shooting in the autumn, and that the river was full of salmon. "Then I will certainly return again to Scotland as soon as possible." "But why are you here now, Rock?" she demanded. "I felt sure that you would be far too busy enjoying yourself and making sure your horse wins the Gold Cup at Ascot." Rock laughed. It was so like his mother, even though she was in the depths of Scotland, to know exactly what was happening. He glanced round the room to make certain they were alone before bending forward confidentially. "My engagement was announced in the Gazette 3 days ago." His mother gave a little cry. "Your engagement? But dearest, you never told me. I have been so busy these last few days I have not read the newspapers." "I thought perhaps you might have seen it reported before I arrived, but now I am glad I can tell you myself." "Oh, tell me, do tell me. Oh, Rock, I have prayed you would find someone to marry you, and would be as happy as I was with your father. Who is she, and why did you not bring her with you?" Drawing in his breath, and speaking very slowly and quietly, Rock told his mother the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. "No one else must know except you, Mamma, and of course the Duke of Lynbrook, that I have never met his daughter Venetia. As I have been friends with him for so long, everyone will expect me to have known his daughter from childhood." There was a silence for a moment, and then she slowly said, "I can understand you did the only thing possible in such difficult circumstances. And dearest, I am delighted that you should marry the daughter of a man I have always liked, and who was a good friend of your father's. I can only pray that this girl you have never met will make you happy, and that you will make her happy too." "I will do my best, Mamma. As you know, I have always wanted to have a happy marriage, but this was the only way that I could save the family from a scandal that would have affected us all. I know, too, that it would make you very unhappy, which would have saddened me. Very unhappy indeed. Naturally, my darling son, I am worried about you. I did so hope that you would fall in love as I fell in love with your father, and he with me. As you know, we were blissfully happy. I remember Papa coming home and shouting your name the moment he passed through the front door. If he was separated from you for only a short while, he always wanted you, and that, Mamma, is exactly what I want to feel about my wife." She put out her hand and laid it on his. "I was very fond of Elizabeth Lynbrook. She was very beautiful and a sweet person. I cannot believe that her daughter will not be like her." "I am sure she is pretty," Rock muttered. "At the same time, she is so much younger than me. I cannot help wondering what we will talk about." His mother smiled at him. "You can talk about horses, and I expect she will enjoy Scotland. When her parents stayed here soon after we were married, I remember Elizabeth saying that it was the most enchanting castle she had seen, and she found it most romantic." "Well, let's hope, Mamma, that her daughter will say the same." After a poignant pause, she added, "I'm not pretending I'm not glad that you are to be married, as I always was afraid you might get into trouble of some sort. You are much too handsome to be let loose amongst all these women without endless restrictions on what you can and cannot do." Rock chuckled. "I suppose, having sown my wild oats, I now have to pay the price for them. Again there was silence before his mother sighed. "I do so want you to be happy, Rock." "Perhaps I will be, Mamma. But I must not expect too much. After all, I have had a wonderful time. I have seen parts of the world I never expected to see. I have improved Rockinston Hall in many ways I know you will like." Before she could reply, he blurted out, "I suppose there is no chance of your coming to my wedding?" She shook her head. "I would love to be at your wedding more than anything else, but I get so tired, and the doctor suggests I rest as much as I possibly can. What I would like when you have been married a little while and have grown used to your wife is that you bring her here. You know what I am saying. I hope you will come here in August." "Of course I will. I always do come at that time." "Then I will be arranging to move out to the dower house, which your father arranged many years ago, should be mine." Rock gave a cry. "No, Mamma. How can you think of leaving me? I do not want to be alone here with a strange woman. You have always made it really happy and comfortable here for me and my friends year after year." "I know, Rock, but your wife must be mistress of the castle, just as she will be mistress of Rockinston Hall." "That, I suppose, must happen eventually. But for the moment, Mamma, I want you to promise me that you will be here to help me when we arrive. You can hardly expect a young girl to organize all the shooting parties, luncheon on the hill, and the huge amount of work there will be for everyone once we arrive." "I understand what you are saying, Rock, but I must make it clear that I am certainly not one of those mothers who resents giving up the main house to the new wife." "You are moving too fast, Mamma. I want you here, and I want everything to be perfect for my friends when we fish and shoot. No one can organize that as well as you. If nothing else, you will show her how to do it." "I can see your point," she agreed. "Now, dear boy, you must tell me what I am to say to the family, who will all be having hysterics, having read of your engagement in the Gazette before we told them that you had decided at last to settle down." "I wonder how often I have heard the words, 'settle down.' I only hope, Mamma, that when we meet my bride, we are not all disappointed." "If I have to keep your secret and pretend that you have met her and fallen in love, then we will have to work out what we say and make sure everyone believes us." Rock laughed and kissed his mother. "I knew you would understand, Mamma. The whole situation is almost absurdly complicated, but entirely my fault. Yet I think under the circumstances there is nothing else I could have done." "I do see, and I think it is very, very clever of you. I suppose the Duke has also agreed that the reason for this unseemly haste is not to be spoken about to anyone." Rock hesitated. I suppose, if I'm honest, Mamma, many people in London will have guessed the reason for my engagement being announced just at the time the Earl had declared he will shoot me on sight or wring my neck." She gave a little cry, so he continued quickly. "Most people will know that the Duke of Lynbrook has been a friend of mine ever since I started racing. They will then assume that I have known Venetia for years. And why have you not met her? I suppose when I first visited the Duke's house she was still in the nursery. For almost the last 3 years she has been at school in France. Now I understand why I have not read about her or seen her picture in the ladies' magazine. I thought it strange there was nothing about her in the social columns Miss Sunderland reads to me so attentively. Oh, be careful what you say to Miss Sunderland. After all, people here will undoubtedly question her as to what you think about my marriage, and the least she says the better. She cannot say what she does not know. I think you yourself must tell the members of the clan that your engagement has been announced in London. I should not be surprised if it is in the Scotsman already. I will say as little as possible. And, Mamma, I'm looking to you to write to the family. No one but you could explain that I was on my way to Scotland to tell you before anyone else, but it took longer than expected. That is why they were not informed, as they will undoubtedly think that they should have been. You can be sure of that. Oh, dearest boy, in one way I am thrilled and delighted you are to be married. In another way, I'm deeply concerned about your future happiness. Rock kissed her on both cheeks. I love you too, Mamma, and no one but you could have taken it all so calmly without telling me I was a fool, which I surely was. Men will be whatever women may say, and as I expect you know or have guessed, your father got into all sorts of troubles before he met me and we fell in love. I never thought of that, Rock murmured. Your papa was even more handsome than you are. Everyone told me when I married him that he would be bored with me in a few weeks, and I would be left weeping, as had happened to so many other women. I had no idea of this. Because you were so happy together, I never thought of papa in any other way. Of course not. That is how I wanted you to think. But because he was in love with me and I was in love with him, no one else existed, except you. I am glad I was not forgotten. You were so lucky, Mamma, just as Papa was lucky too. But I cannot expect a miracle to happen to every member of the family, even though we pray it will. All I want, my dearest Rock, is your happiness, and I do have a feeling a miracle will happen, and you will be as blissful as your father and I were. I only hope it will come true, Mamma. But he did not sound at all that confident, and there was a look of anxiety in her eyes as she watched her son walk across to the window. He was looking out to sea, and she thought as she gazed at his strong profile that no man had ever been quite so fascinatingly good-looking except for his father. We produced not just a handsome son, she mused, but one who was intelligent and bright, but unfortunately irresistible to women. What can I say? How can I help him at this moment? She had not spoken aloud, but almost as if her son felt her calling out to him, Rock turned round. Whatever happens in the future, Mamma, he said, I have a good run for my money so far, and must not expect too much. All the same, I hope it will not be quite as difficult and boring as I anticipate. His mother drew in her breath. You must remember, Rock, your father used to say, to receive love, you have to give love. And that is what I have found in my life to be the undeniable truth. She was speaking seriously, but her son laughed. Everyone has always loved you, Mamma, including me. But having such a marvellous example of happiness in front of me, I cannot be greedy and expect too much. The door then opened, and the butler announced, There is a crowd outside, your grace, that's come from the village and the clan. They've heard you're to be wed. It's in the newspapers that arrived this morn. They want to offer congratulations if your grace'll see them. Rock smiled. Here we go, Mamma. I knew it must happen sooner or later. He turned to the butler. Tell them I will come to meet them and bring my mother. Have the wheelchair ready so that she can be pushed into the chieftain's room, and we will receive them there. The butler was obviously delighted. I'll tell them at once, your grace, and shall I give them a wee dram to drink your health? Of course, Douglas. How could we do anything else? Although I doubt if it will be just one wee dram. Chapter 5. It was rather rough when the Thistle started off on the return voyage south. Rock then realised that he was cutting things fine. If they were delayed, he would not arrive until late in the evening before his wedding. It was his mother who tidied everything up. Tell me, darling, where are you spending your honeymoon? She had asked him the day before. Rock had looked blank. I haven't really thought about it. His mother gave a cry. But the poor girl has to pack her trousseau. and she will not know if you're going out in the desert, walking on the moors, or being smart in some continental city." Rock thought for a moment, and then, as he expected his honeymoon to be extremely boring, he declared, "Then we shall go to Paris. After all, there is always music at the opera, and the Folies Bergère on the stage." His mother had laughed. "I am sure your wife will find that most edifying. But don't forget, we have a house in Paris." "I often do forget, Mamma. The last time I was in Paris, I stayed with my good friend the Vicomte Legros. He insisted I do so, and I enjoyed it very much." "You could hardly stay with the Vicomte for your honeymoon. So I suggest you send a telegram immediately to our house on the Champs-Élysées, and tell them the day that you will be arriving." "I think I had better send a telegram to the Duke as well, telling him where we are going for our honeymoon. But we will not go further the first night than Rockinston House in Park Lane." "Exactly, Rock. The poor girl will be tired after the excitement of her wedding day. You can be sure if the Duke of Lynbrook is arranging it, you will have hundreds of hands to shake before you're allowed to leave." Rock had groaned. "I rather anticipated that, Mamma. But I will get away as soon as I can. I think the best idea would be for me to sail to France in the Thistle." "Good thinking," she had agreed. "Then you can take a train from the coast to Paris." "I will ask the Duke to arrange that as well," Rock suggested. "After all, I have so much to do here, and he is only arranging the wedding." "I think you are behaving rather badly, my dear." The telegrams were sent off as Rock tried to forget that in a very short time he would be a married man. He caught 2 salmon, walked on the moors to see how the grouse were hatching, and then, most reluctantly, bade his mother farewell. "I will bring you my wife to see you as soon as I can," he promised. "Take care of yourself, Mamma. You are the only one who really loves me, despite everything." "It may not be as stupid as you think, Rock. I will be praying, my darling, that you will be happy, and I feel in my heart that you will be." Rock had kissed her affectionately. Then she had waved him from the bay window as he boarded the Thistle. As they set out to sea, he looked back at his castle and wished he had spent more time there and less time in London pursuing beautiful women. "I've been such a fool," he mused, "and now I'm having to pay for it." The sea was certainly rougher than when he had come north. Although the Thistle steamed at a record speed, he did not arrive back in London until dinner-time the evening before the wedding. "We were frightened, Your Grace, you'd be later still," the butler said to him. "I will have to leave early in the morning," Rock replied. "Tell them the horses should be brought round sharp at 8 o'clock. He had reckoned that he would arrive at the church at 1:45, and he was determined to have a good luncheon before the ceremony. He stopped at a famous posting inn about 20 miles from Lynbrook Hall. His most efficient secretary had already ordered his luncheon, and a bottle of champagne had been put on ice at least 2 hours before his Grace arrived. The traffic was particularly heavy coming out of London, and Rock was not able to reach the high speed he expected from his team of perfectly matched chestnuts. Thus he was late for luncheon, and as the inn had taken so much trouble over it, he did not like to hurry or refuse the courses they had prepared for him. So he reached the church only 5 minutes before the bride was due. He found his best man, Jeremy, in an agitated state in case he did not turn up for the wedding after all. "I was really afraid," he fumed, "that I might have to marry the girl myself." Rock laughed, as he was meant to do. "I have heard you swear millions of times, Jeremy, that you would remain single whatever the temptations, and I hardly imagine you being so idiotic as to marry a girl you have never seen before." Jeremy made a grimace. "But, that's exactly what you are doing, Rock. But perhaps you will be surprised at what you find." Rock was not prepared to discuss the matter further. He was feeling nervous in case his bride was not as beautiful as he had been told. And it struck him that perhaps he was being palmed off with someone no one else wanted. Was that why the Duke of Lynbrook was so pleased at his proposal? Then he told himself that he was being unjust, and because he was nervous, he was suspecting the worst, which may not actually happen. His best man had met him outside the church, and now as they went in through the vestry door, Rock saw that the church was packed to suffocation. In fact, there were people standing at the back and along the side walls. Every seat in the church was taken. Jeremy took Rock into the vestry, where the vicar was waiting for them. "I am delighted to see you, Your Grace," he intoned. "In fact, we were rather worried in case you were delayed." Rock murmured his apologies as the vicar went on. "I have never known such a crowd. I understand a lot of guests have come all the way from London." It passed through his mind that perhaps they were expecting something dramatic at the service, and, knowing how appallingly badly the Earl always behaved, they were thinking he might make a scene at the wedding. As if he had spoken his thoughts out aloud, Jeremy piped up. "I thought of that, Rock, and there will be an usher at each door who knows the Earl by sight. If he attempts to enter the church, he will be stopped." "Thank you, Jeremy. I might have guessed that you would be practical about the whole thing. I have no wish to embarrass the Duke of Lynbrook, or my future wife." "Of course not. And if the Earl put a bullet through your chest, it would be a dreadful way to start your honeymoon." "Has he been saying he is going to?" Rock spoke in a low voice, so that the vicar could not hear what they were saying. Jeremy nodded. "He is rushing round London cursing you, but most people have merely laughed at him." Rock sighed, knowing there was nothing he could do about it, and only hoping they would get away safely on their honeymoon. Jeremy whispered, "When the Duke of Lynbrook told me where you were going, I deliberately then informed all the gossips, and heaven knows there are enough of them, that you will be spending your honeymoon in Scotland." "That was clever of you, Jeremy. I can assure you if he goes up there chasing after me, my mother's clan will deal with him. And rightly too. He is an unpleasant man, and we have always disliked him." There was no time to say any more, as the vicar informed them he had been told that the Duke and the bride were on their way. They left the vestry and went to stand at the top of the aisle. The organ was being played softly by the vicar's wife and was creating the right atmosphere. Rock noticed that everyone was excitedly watching the west door. It passed through his mind once again that he was making a great mistake. Just how could he sensibly marry someone he had never seen and of whom he knew nothing? Then he told himself that it was a sacrifice he had to make on behalf of his family, and it was too late now to do anything but make the best of a bad job. As the organ became louder and the choir took their place in the chancel, there were sounds of cheering from outside the church. Then the organ played, "Here Comes the Bride." He became aware that the woman he was to marry was proceeding up the aisle on her father's arm. It was impossible for him not to try and visualize what she would look like, but he knew she would have a veil over her face, and he would just see someone dressed in white, clinging to her father's arm. He had been to a number of weddings, and he had always thought at each one of them that the bride looked just the same as every other bride. There was no reason to suspect anything different on this occasion. Yet, as they drew nearer, he sensed that Venetia Brooke was different. Lady Manville had made it very clear in her letter to Frederick Worth that it would be one of the most important weddings of the season, and she wanted the bride, who was very beautiful, to look spectacular. Frederick Worth had undoubtedly done his best. The gown was completely different from anything any other designer would have dreamt up, let alone been able to produce at such short notice. In fact, Venetia had received it only the day before, and she could hardly believe that anything so fantastic and beautiful could have been made in such a short time. Worth had embroidered a soft crepe in silver, and had starred it with diamonds and garlanded it with sprays of lily of the valley. There were puffs of tulle and flowers, all glittering in the sunlight, streaming through the church windows, and there was a bustle with a short train. Instead of a traditional veil of Brussels lace, Venetia wore a veil of white tulle and sparkling with diamante, It fell over her hair and shoulders. It was such a fantastic ensemble that it would have astounded Paris and made everyone in the church gasp as the bride came into view. Rock had no doubt when he saw her face that his bride would be extremely beautiful, but in a different way from the beauty he had seen in so many other women. As Venetia reached him, the service started. Only when he put the ring which his mother had given him on her finger did Rock notice that she was very nervous and her fingers trembled beneath his. He then looked into what he thought were the most stunning eyes he had seen on any woman. They knelt for the blessing. Venetia prayed that her marriage would not be so frightening or as horrible as she anticipated. "I am married," she thought, "and no one can end it. Somehow I must be clever enough to ensure that this man makes me feel happy." She felt as if her whole being sent out a protracted cry to the heavens for God to help her. They signed the register in the vestry. Rock offered his arm to Venetia, and they walked down the aisle. The whole congregation appeared to be moved by Venetia's appearance. As they reached the west door, women were crowding out of the pews, chorusing, "Good luck! God bless you! Oh, you look wonderful!" A carriage was waiting outside the church to take them the short distance to Lynbrook Hall. Now the drive was lined with villagers and small boys and girls running along, throwing flowers into the carriage. It was impossible for the bride and bridegroom to look at each other, as they had to keep turning to the people waving and cheering on either side to accept their good wishes. When they arrived at the house, the domestic staff were all waiting on the steps. They were led into the huge ballroom where the Duke of Lynbrook had optimistically felt he would be able to receive everyone who attended the wedding. It was then, as the guests were drinking champagne and raising their glasses to the bride and bridegroom, that Venetia's father suggested, "There is such a crowd outside that I think you will both have to go and show yourselves. They are shouting for you, and I am afraid they might try to rush the doors." Venetia laughed. "Of course, Papa. I can quite understand they feel out of it when they cannot see what is happening inside." "I did not expect to have so many people wishing me luck," Rock said, with a touch of sarcasm in his voice. The Duke of Lynbrook laughed. "I did not realize I was so popular either, or rather that Venetia is. And as you will see, a number of people who have cheered us frequently at the races have turned up from London." "Have they really?" Rock replied in astonishment. "This is such a romantic marriage, which I am told has caught the attention not only of the press, but of those who have made money by following our horses." Both men were laughing as they reached the steps outside the front door. There was an enormous crowd, and they cheered wildly when Venetia and Rock appeared. Rock saw that the Duke had not exaggerated when he had said there were so many from the racing world. Jostling to the front of the crowd, they shook his hand and wished him luck at Ascot. At least several of them shouted out, "It's just like you, Your Grace, to be as lucky at choosing a bride as you've been at choosing a winner." Rock thanked them, but there were so many well-wishers that he was relieved when the Duke suggested, "I think you should now both go and change and be ready to go away. Otherwise this lot will drink the cellar dry. I'm told the barrels of beer I provided for them are already beginning to run out." "That would be a real tragedy. We will go at once, Papa," laughed Venetia. She ran upstairs, and she realized as she did so that it had been impossible for her to even have a word with her husband since they had left the church. Mrs. Johnson and 4 maids were waiting to help her out of her wedding gown. Her going-away dress had also just arrived from Paris, and it was just as spectacular as her wedding gown. "You look so lovely, my lady," Mrs. Johnson kept saying. "I just thinks when I looks at you, how proud your mother would be." Knowing her father was not exaggerating when he said it was hard to restrain the crowd, she changed quickly. Her going-away dress was blue with touches of pink on it, and the flowers in her dainty but smart hat were of the same colours. When she walked downstairs, the women waiting in the hall gave exclamations of surprise and appreciation. Rock was already at the front door, and he thought she might have stepped straight off the stage of a brilliant designer show. She literally dazzled the other women. Rock's 4 chestnuts had been replaced in his open chaise by the Duke of Lynbrook's special white team that were famous locally and were most suitable for a wedding. As they drove away, there were cries and shrieks of good wishes that seemed to rise up into the sky. "You have been so wonderful, my dearest Venetia," her father sighed as he kissed her. "Think of me, Papa, and I hope I will not be away for too long." She only had time to kiss one more person before she climbed into the chaise, and that was Lady Manville. "Thank you for everything, Aunt Alice. You have given me courage. Perhaps I will now be able to do what you have told me to do. I am betting on it, Venetia, and with your beauty and brains, I feel I am on to a certainty." They both laughed as Rock picked up the reins, and they drove off. They were leaving later than they had intended, and Rock knew he had to make the horses perform miracles if they were to arrive in London in good time for dinner. Actually, it was only just after 9 o'clock when he drew up outside Rockinston House in Park Lane. The butler, followed by 4 footmen, hurried out. "We was worried, Your Grace, in case you'd had an accident. We were prevented from leaving as soon as we had hoped by people being too kind to us. We will therefore have dinner as soon as possible, as we are both very tired." He then introduced Venetia to the rest of the staff, who were waiting for them in the hall. Then the housekeeper led Venetia upstairs. Her room was magnificent, and she realized as soon as she walked into it through the door that it was where the Duchess of Rockinston had always slept. Undoubtedly, the Duke would be next door. However, she had little time to make an appraisal of her room, as she changed quickly from her going-away dress into an evening gown, not so elaborate, but still very fashionable. At her wedding, she had worn her mamma's diamond necklace and diamond bracelets that were seldom taken out of the bank. "As His Grace has given us orders to pack a large selection of the Rockinston jewels for you to take with you to Paris," the housekeeper informed her, "I think it would be easier for your Grace to keep the jewels you're already wearing." "That's a very sensible idea," agreed Venetia, "but I would prefer the pearl necklace in my jewel case." The pearl necklace was fastened around her neck, and it made her feel as if her beloved mother was near her and directing her. "I will come up to bed," she said, "as soon as I can, but I do not wish to have anyone waiting for me." "Your Grace wouldn't like one of the maids to help you out of that pretty gown?" the housekeeper asked. "I can manage quite easily, thank you. I always feel worried if people are waiting up for me." She smiled at the housekeeper, who knew that these were her wishes, and they must be obeyed. She hurried down the stairs to find her husband had already changed into his evening clothes and was waiting for her in the drawing-room. As Venetia entered the room, he handed her a glass of champagne. "I think if anyone needs this, you do," he smiled. "It has been a very tiring but exciting day." "It must have been so tiring for you too," Venetia replied. "After all, you drove yourself from London, and I gather you only arrived in London late last night." "That is true, but I will find, as you will, when we go aboard the vessel tomorrow, we can at last relax." "Are we really travelling on your yacht?" "We most certainly are, unless it has sunk during the night. My captain and crew are anxious to meet you." "If my right hand still works, which at one time I rather doubted, then I will be delighted to meet them." Dinner was then announced, and they walked into the dining-room. Rock had wondered what he should talk about to his wife the first time that they were alone. But he found he need not to have worried, as Venetia told him the history of some of the people who had been at the wedding, and to his considerable surprise, she made the account interesting and amusing. The dinner was delicious, but longer than necessary, and Venetia realized how disappointed the kitchen would be if she did not sample everything on offer. When finally the meal came to an end, It was after 10:30. "What time are you thinking of leaving tomorrow?" Venetia inquired. "Why, I have no wish to hurry you, but if we are to catch tomorrow afternoon's train to Paris, we shall have to leave at the latest 9 o'clock to be on the safe side." "I will be ready, and now I'm going to bed." "I will not be long," replied Rock, "but I just want to have a look at what my secretary has left for me, as I will not have time in the morning." Venetia smiled and hurried up the stairs. She found, as she had expected, that her bedroom was ready for her, and the lights had been left on by the bed and dressing table. She went to the dressing table and blew out all the candles, picked up her nightgown, and slipped across the room to her boudoir. The boudoir would have been in darkness, but the curtains were only lightly drawn, and the moonlight was shining in on either side of them. She found her way over the room, and then quickly and quietly she opened the door into the corridor. There was no sign of Rock, and she rather suspected his valet was waiting for him in the bedroom beside hers. Taking off her shoes, she slipped down the corridor and entered a room she guessed must be one of the state bedrooms. She had said earlier to the housekeeper, "You have so many rooms on this corridor, but then the house is very big." "These are what we call the state bedrooms. All of them are named after a special flower. Needless to say, Your Grace, this is the rose room." "I thought it must be, by the colour of the curtains." "We've a lilac room and many other flowers. It be His Grace's mother who decorated these rooms when she first came here as a bride. We've always prided ourselves they're the prettiest staterooms in the whole of London." "I'm sure they are," Venetia responded, "and I am looking forward to having time to inspect them all." She said no more. She realized now that she was in the lilac room, and it was just as pretty as she had expected. She unlocked the door, undressed, and got into bed. She thought it was most unlikely her bridegroom would seek her out. If he did try, he would find it embarrassing, if not somewhat humiliating, to be knocking on the door of every state bedroom. Actually, what happened was that Rock was coming up the stairs 20 minutes later and hurriedly undressed with the help of his valet. Then he went, as he was certain that his wife was expecting him, into the rose room that had always been his mother's. He was not surprised to find Venetia not yet in bed. There were candles burning beside the bed, and he thought she was either washing or perhaps writing a letter to her father in the boudoir. He climbed into bed, and for the first time realized just how exhausted he was. He had slept very little coming back from Scotland, as the sea had been rough, and he was worried about what might happen at the wedding. He had driven from London to the country, and back into London again. The bed felt so comfortable. He closed his eyes just for a moment, and then fell fast asleep. Rock woke with a start. It was morning, and the curtains had been drawn back from the windows looking out over Hyde Park. Seated at the dressing table was his wife. She was brushing her hair, and the sunshine coming through the windows was turning it to gold. He sat up in bed. "Have I been asleep all?" he began to say. But before he could finish the sentence, Venetia put a finger to her lips as the lady's maid came bustling into the room. "Oh, I'm sorry if I've kept you waiting, Your Grace," she said, "but I was told not to wake you until you rang. Then I saw the curtains were drawn." "It is quite all right, Lucy. We are a little late, but now we will have to hurry, as His Grace wants to leave as soon as we have finished breakfast." Whilst the maid was speaking to Venetia with her back to him, Rock had climbed out of bed and put on his long robe. Without saying a word, he walked to his room. "How is it possible," he asked himself, "that I could have fallen asleep on my wedding night? What must my bride think of me?" He was feeling most embarrassed when she came downstairs a little later. They ate a somewhat hurried breakfast in the dining room, waited on by the butler. "You are not to worry," Rock said when she asked him if they would miss the train at Calais. "I can assure you that the Thistle can be very fast. In fact, I pride myself that I have one of the fastest, if not the fastest yacht afloat." A carriage took them to the embankment near the Houses of Parliament, where the Thistle was anchored. They were piped aboard, and then Captain Fortescue congratulated them on their wedding. The Thistle moved out into midstream. As soon as they were in the saloon, Rock ventured uncomfortably. I must apologize to you for last night." "Before we discuss anything," Venetia interrupted, "I wish to inspect the Thistle. I have always been terribly interested in yachts, and longed for my papa to have one. Unfortunately, Mamma always hated the sea, and therefore I have never been on one before." She paused and then added in a pleading manner, Please do show me your yacht. I am sure, being yours, it is most up to date." Rock laughed. "There is nothing that will give me greater pleasure, and as you will realize, the crew are longing to meet you." "And I would like to meet them." As the yacht gathered speed, they walked round it, and Rock realized what a success she was with the crew. Venetia shook hands and spoke with every man. To his surprise, as he listened to all she was saying to the men, he was aware that she knew a good deal about English yachts. He learned she had read about the Pearl, which had been built in 1820 in Essex, and the Arrow that appeared 2 years later, which Rock reckoned was one of the most successful cutters in the world. He was to tell her all about the Alarm that had been built in Hampshire, and was one of the largest afloat, but Venetia had, however, already read about it. To his astonishment, this young girl, who admitted never having been on a yacht, seemed to know almost as much as he did about yachting. When they eventually went in for luncheon in the saloon, Rock reckoned that Venetia had looked over every inch of the Thistle. She had praised it in a manner that had delighted Captain Fortescue as well as himself. "I can now see," he said, "that we will be spending a great deal of time afloat, if you are really as enthusiastic as you appear to be." "If you only knew what it means to me to hear you say that. I have always longed to be at sea, and naturally I want to explore the world." "Do you really mean it, Venetia, or is it just your way of being polite?" "I mean it. Papa told me that you had explored all sorts of exotic and unusual places." She felt he was still sceptical, so she went on. "I have dreamt about visiting India. Also, what I would enjoy more than anything else would be to go into the African desert and meet the Bedouin, who I have read so much about. I look forward to talking to them." Rock stared at her. "What do you mean talking to them, Venetia? Are you telling me that you can speak Arabic?" "I'm getting quite good at it, actually. I grew bored with the European languages at school, although it will be very useful to me to be able to speak Italian, German, and Spanish and French as well." She sighed before she continued. "I also concentrated on Greek, because I so enjoyed reading Homer and the other famous Greek writers, but in my last 2 terms at school, I have had Arabic lessons." "You astonish me, Venetia." They talked about his travels during the afternoon, but Venetia spent a great deal of time on the bridge with the captain, fascinated by the way he navigated the yacht. It was difficult, Rock found, if not impossible, for him to have a private conversation with her. He felt he must apologize for the previous night, and only when he was able to do so would he feel at ease with himself. Finally, it was after dinner, when the stewards had moved out of the saloon, that Rock was able to say, "Now please listen, Venetia. I want to apologize to you for last night, and for falling asleep. I really cannot imagine why I was so tired, except that I had such a rough passage sailing from Scotland, and had slept very little. Please don't apologize. I was most comfortable in the lilac room, and having locked the door securely, I slept peacefully." Rock stared at her. "Locked the door? Am I then to understand that you were keeping me out?" "Of course I was, and it is too late for us to have a conversation about it now, but we will have time on the train tomorrow to discuss ourselves. I think you will agree that we have not known each other long enough to be familiar." She hesitated over the last words. Almost despite himself, Rock laughed. "I don't believe it. Let me get this quite clear. Did you intend not to sleep with me last night?" "Of course I did. You are a stranger whom I have only just met. I'm not saying I don't want to get to know you, but I would certainly never allow anyone who was a stranger to touch me." Rock put his hand to his head. "I am sure I'm dreaming all this," he muttered. "After all, we are married. In very unusual and peculiar circumstances. I'm not criticizing or blaming you, but merely saying that we were unusual. So, as we are unusual people, we will have to work out our own way of how to tackle this situation we find ourselves in." "I never expected to have this sort of conversation with you," Rock admitted. But I see your point, and will be interested to know what you suggest." "It has been an exciting day for me," said Venetia, "and I'm still tired, as I am sure you are too. So I suggest each of us go to our bed in our own cabins. Those looking after us on board, with the exception of your valet, are used to the sea and used to people finding it difficult to adjust to it. Thus they will not be surprised if I sleep in my cabin, and you sleep in yours." Rock laughed again. "You are right. At the same time, I am now your husband, and you are exceedingly beautiful." "I do want you to think so," Venetia smiled, "and I think you are very handsome, but I still want to know the real you before we go any further." She saw the expression in Rock's eyes, and added quickly, "I think, too, you should want to know the real me, and not just a pretty girl who is, at present, exceptionally well dressed by Frederick Worth." "I thought it was he who designed your wedding gown. It astonished everyone, and you looked absolutely glorious in it." "That is exactly what I wanted you to say," Venetia replied. "As I have just left school, and have not had any compliments, I will treasure them, and they mean a great deal to me." "I will remember that, Venetia. And now I suppose it would be a mistake for me to say, I want to kiss you." "You can say it, but I still think we should wait a little longer until we know each other better. I have never been kissed, and I don't want to be disappointed when I am." "Never been kissed?" Rock exclaimed. "Of course not. You don't suppose I was allowed to meet young men at school, and I have not been home for nearly 3 weeks, so I have never met young men like you, and I had been looking forward very much to my London season as a belated debutante." "And that never happened?" "No, because I was immediately told I had to marry a duke, and it was something that would make my father extremely happy, and if I refused he would have been very angry. So I really did not have much of a choice." Rock gazed at Venetia. "I do think you are the most extraordinary, unusual, and delightful young woman I have ever met." Venetia clapped her hands. "Those are exactly the words I want to hear," she exclaimed. "Oh, please, think of a few more for tomorrow. But now I am going to bed, and it would be embarrassing if the crew found that my door was locked. So I will just say that I am looking forward, my charming and handsome husband, to meeting you at breakfast time." She smiled at him in a way that made her look even more captivating than ever. She reached the door before he could rise to his feet. "Good night, and sleep well," she said, "as I will." Then she was gone. For a moment, Rock thought he must have been dreaming. The whole thing could not possibly have happened. Yet, to his astonishment, it had. Chapter 6. When Rock and Venetia duly arrived at Calais, they found that her father had ordered a drawing-room carriage for them, and it was attached to the express train for Paris. Venetia had never seen one, and she was thrilled. "It is just like a small doll's house," she enthused to Rock, "and I feel very grand. The only person I have ever heard of using one before is the Queen." "I think most people have one now," Rock replied, "and your father is so kind in ordering it for us." There were 2 small cabins, and the drawing-room itself had luxurious and comfortable armchairs. There was also a pantry, which Rock's valet opened at once, bringing out a magnum of champagne and 2 glasses. As the train moved off, Rock raised his glass. "Now, thus is a real beginning to our honeymoon, as Paris has always been such a special place for romance and love." "Do you really think we will be in love with each other when we leave Paris?" Venetia asked him. "I will be very disappointed if we are not." Venetia laughed. "I think you are being over-optimistic. Equally, I am very excited to go to Paris in a different position from when I was a pupil at school. I am sure you were a very bright one. I did get a few firsts, but as it is run by Catholics, we were not given presents or trophies of any sort. It was considered that it was our prayers that made us intelligent." "I call that a cheap way of running a school," Rock smiled. "Actually, it was a pretty good one, and you should be able to judge just how bright I am, which naturally is entirely due to the school, by the time we leave Paris." Because Venetia was so interested in everything he had to say, Rock found the journey itself far more amusing than he could have possibly expected. They went to bed early, and when they met again at breakfast, both said they had slept exceptionally well. Venetia found herself delighted with Rock's house in the Champs-Élysées. It had a lovely garden full of spring flowers, and the house itself was furnished with French furniture, much of which was 3 centuries old. Some lovely pictures of French furniture had been brought to Lynbrook at the time of the French Revolution, and when Venetia told Rock about it, he said that he was looking forward to seeing it. "I expect you have some in your castle in Scotland. Papa says it is more splendid than a palace," Venetia remarked. "I like to think it is, and naturally your father is a very good judge. I think Mamma knew more about furniture than he does, but he has taught me about it, and I visited all the museums when I was at school. Now you will see Paris from a different aspect." "The first thing I must do, now that I have arrived," Venetia said after luncheon, "is to visit Frederick Worth, to tell him how successful my wedding gown was. I must buy some more clothes as well. I only have a very small trousseau, because you were in such a hurry." "If you are going to see about clothes," he replied quickly, "I want to go to the Travellers' Club, which is only a little way up the road. If you drop me first, you can then go on to Worth's and pick me up on the way back." "That sounds a sensible arrangement." He thought she was looking exceedingly lovely in a Frederick Worth dress, and her hat was obviously Parisian. As they drove through La Place de la Concorde, Venetia looked at the fountains and exclaimed, "I think this is the most enchanting place in the whole of Paris." Rock thought any other woman would have added, "and to be with you." But she was staring at the fountains with shining eyes, and he knew she was not thinking about him at all. At the same time, he liked the way she had asked him intelligent questions about his travels over luncheon. He was already planning at the back of his mind where he would take her, and he found it incredible that she knew so much about so many countries. He had always refused to have a companion when he was exploring new places in the world, but he was well aware now that it would be impossible to leave Venetia behind without being cruel in doing so. Venetia was received with rapture when she entered Frederick Worth's shop in the Rue de la Paix. One look at her told Frederick that she had exactly the beauty to complement his designs. As she told him about the wedding, he was already in his mind creating even more sensational gowns for her. She was very young, while most of his customers were much older, and Frederick realized he had to design the dresses to accentuate both her beauty and youth. He sent his assistants in search of materials, all of soft shades of spring, pale green of the leaves, blue of the forget-me-nots, and pink of the roses. There was no need to take Venetia's measurements, as he already knew them, and the dresses he had made her fitted perfectly. Finally, when Venetia had ordered 6 new gowns, and Frederick Worth was already scribbling down designs for them, she reluctantly left him. She found it so fascinating that he had come from quite a humble home in Lincolnshire. His father, who was a solicitor, had gambled away all his money, and at the age of 11, Frederick had been obliged to leave school and earn his living. It was not until he was 13 that he became a cashier in a London firm. He spent his free time in museums and art galleries, and before he was 20, he left for Paris with only 100 francs in his pocket. He designed his first gowns for his wife, and they proved so successful that he set up his own dress shop. From that moment, he never looked back, and in his own words, "I soared to the top of the tree." Now he was the greatest couturier in the whole of Europe, and with the Empress of France and all the ladies of fashion wearing his clothes, he was almost a god to them. When Venetia went back to the Travellers' Club to pick up Rock, he was beginning to think she had forgotten him. "Forgive me," she said, "but I cannot tell you how interesting Mr. Worth is, or describe the wonderful clothes he intends to make for me. If you are not proud of me, then you never will be." "I am proud of you, just as you are, Venetia. And tonight, I thought we would have dinner at the Café Anglais, and you can show yourself off to the French." "The Café Anglais? Oh, I would love to. I have heard that it is the most aristocratic restaurant in France, and that it serves the best food in Paris." Rock chuckled. "You will see all the most important men in Paris, and undoubtedly 1 or 2 millionaires." "I would love to go there, Rock," sighed Venetia. She took a great deal of trouble over having her hair dressed in the latest French fashion, and wore the most spectacular of the gowns Frederick Worth had made for her. Rock had taken a great number of beautiful women to the Café Anglais. As they walked in, he noticed that everyone in the room turned to look at Venetia. He had reserved a table, but before they were very far down the room, Prince Galitzin sprang to his feet. "Rock," he cried, "I had no idea you were in Paris." He clasped his hand, and Rock replied, "I am here on my honeymoon. Let me introduce you to my wife." "Your honeymoon?" he exclaimed. "I thought you had sworn never to be married." "That was before I met Venetia. She is the daughter of someone I am sure you know, the Duke of Lynbrook." "Of course I have met him," said the prince, "and I thought him one of the most charming of the English men who come to Paris to tell us that the English are far more intelligent than the French." They all laughed, and Venetia added, "I am sure, if Papa did say it, he said it very tactfully. After all, he is well known as being a great diplomat." "Which he undoubtedly is. And please, although you are on honeymoon, come and talk to me. I want to know exactly how you have been clever enough to catch the most handsome and elusive Duke England has ever produced." Rock had actually looked forward to being alone with Venetia, but the prince insisted that they join his table, and as Venetia seemed to like the idea, Rock could not protest. There were several Englishmen present. They included Edward Cardwell, who was Secretary of State for War. As they started what was to be a most delicious dinner, Venetia received many compliments from the gentlemen. They drank her and Rock's health, wishing them long life and happiness. Rock, she could see, was a great favourite with all of them, including a very charming Monsieur de Kugulev, a Russian millionaire, twice over. His was a party solely of men, and Rock gathered they were all going on to the Moulin Rouge afterwards to watch the can-can. And they would doubtless enjoy themselves with the famous cocottes who were there every night. Rock was surprised to find that Venetia was not in the least embarrassed at being the only woman at the table. She laughed and answered everything that was said to her, and he thought she was very astutely avoiding questions as to when they had met and how long they had known each other. "My father," she said to the last question, "has been fighting against Rock's father for years on the racecourse, yet amazingly they have remained good friends." "Who are you going to bet on now that you're married to Rock?" someone asked. "I intend to put money on both of them," Venetia answered without a moment's hesitation. "Which means It will be impossible for me to be a loser at the end of the meeting." The whole table laughed. Then, as dinner progressed, Rock realized that she was having a long and serious conversation with Edward Cardwell. When they left well after midnight, there were renewed wishes for their future happiness. Most of the gentlemen present told Rock he was an extremely lucky fellow. It was only when they drove away that Rock was able to have the first conversation of the evening with his wife. "I have been wondering," he said, "how you found so much to say to Edward Cardwell." "I was delighted to meet him, Rock, and you must know, because you were at Oxford, that he gained a double first there." Rock was surprised, and then he repeated, "What were you talking about?" I did not interrupt because I could see that Cardwell was very interested in his conversation with you. Actually, he was anxious that you should support him in abolishing the buying of commissions in the army. "I hear there is great opposition to it," he replied, "but I really don't think it's my business." "Of course it is, Rock. I absolutely agree with him that the purchase of commissions should be abolished, and the selection and promotion of officers should be on merit and nothing else." Rock stared at her. "Does all this really concern you?" he asked. "It does so because it's so unjust. A man might be an excellent soldier, but at the moment he has no chance of rising further than sergeant, simply because stupid young gentlemen who have no real interest in serving our country can buy themselves a commission when they want to." Rock was silent as she continued. "You are a member of the House of Lords, and I am quite certain that being intelligent you are a good speaker. Naturally, Edward Cardwell wants you to support him, and who better than a young man who, if there is a war, will be expected to fight for his queen and country?" "I have always thought it rather a bore to go to the House of Lords, more than I can help." "I'm certain I can make Papa persuade you to use your brain to influence people and to fight against anything that is wrong and unjust, as he has done so often." She did not say anything more. Rock was becoming aware that he had wasted his time pursuing beautiful women. He should have been sitting in his proper place in the House of Lords, and then contributing to the greatness of England. Suddenly he laughed at himself. Was it possible that he, the Duke of Rockinston, was listening to a young girl of 18? He felt somewhat ashamed that he had not used the brain he had been born with in serving his country. "I have always wanted to pay a visit to the House of Lords," said Venetia, "but when I have been at home in the past, there has always been so much riding to do that I never actually had the opportunity of going there." "Then I must certainly take you when we return to London, but I have the feeling you will find it very dull." "If you are speaking, it would be really fascinating," she replied. "I know that, because of your good looks and your personality, everyone would listen to you." Rock found it stranger still that she should pay him compliments so different from those he had received from women in the past. He was intelligent enough to know that actually she was right. He should, at his age, begin to play his part in the government of the country, and now he thought about it, the Crimean War had been a disaster. Officers who had no idea what they were doing had conducted the war. As if Venetia was reading his thoughts, which Rock had begun to realize she was able to do, she remarked, "Papa was really horrified at the way the army has deteriorated since the Battle of Waterloo, and it was only because the Russians were so ineffective that we were not humiliatingly defeated in the Crimea." "That is true," he agreed, "and I'm sure Cardwell is right in thinking that the first thing we must do is to see that our officers are more efficient in the future." "That is what he's fighting for, and I do hope that you will help him, Rock." Rock smiled a little wryly as he replied, "I think you have already committed me to doing just that." "I don't want to interfere. Equally, I can understand that because you are so important, Mr. Cardwell needs you urgently to support him." "In other words, you have committed me, Venetia, And when we return to London, I will find out exactly what he wants me to do." Venetia clasped her hands together. "Oh, that will be wonderful, and I know Mr. Cardwell will be most grateful. And in addition, you will be doing exactly what, in your position, you ought to be doing." It was impossible to say anything more, as they had arrived back at the house. When Rock went to bed, he thought that he had never expected to be bullied by his wife into taking part in the political world, especially by a wife he thought of as little more than a child. The next day, they drove in the Bois de Boulogne in the morning. Venetia was thrilled with the horses, and to Rock's surprise, not particularly interested or amazed by the many courtesans. They were fantastically dressed to show off their obvious charms, and drove in the most eye-catching carriages. Many of them waved gaily to Rock, and in acknowledgment he raised his hat as they passed. He quite expected Venetia to ask him how he knew such extraordinary-looking women, but she just went on talking about the horses. "Will we be going to the races while we are here?" she asked him. "Naturally, but you will find that on the whole we have far better race meetings in England than we have in Paris." "I have heard Papa say so, but it will be most interesting to go racing here, and I am sure I would greatly enjoy it." "Then that is what we will do, Venetia." He took her to luncheon at a fashionable restaurant near the Madeleine, where he thought they would have a quiet and comfortable meal together. But as soon as they entered, one of the most famous courtesans in Paris sprang up to greet him. "Rock," she cried, "I had no idea you were here. Why have you not come to see me, huh? How could you be so cruel when you know how much I have been longing to see you again?" "We only arrived yesterday," Rock replied, "and let me introduce you to my wife, and explain that the reason for my neglecting you is that I am here on honeymoon." The courtesans stared at him in sheer astonishment, and then at Venetia. "You are married? But how is that possible when you have always said, even only 2 months ago, that you would never marry?" "I changed my mind when I met Lady Venetia." "Now that you are married, there will certainly be a great number of broken hearts," the courtesan rambled on. "Not only in Paris, but in many other parts of the world." Rock chortled. "You're flattering me, which I have always enjoyed doing." The courtesan moved back to her own table. Rock walked back to the table he had booked, and as they sat down he felt uncomfortable at what had just occurred. Then Venetia piped up. "She's very attractive. Did you see her every time you came to Paris?" She was one of the charming women with whom I spent my time," admitted Rock sheepishly. "What does she do when you're not there? Is she married?" For a moment Rock could not think of an answer. It had never struck him she would not understand why he had spent his time with a courtesan, or that she was upset that he would visit Paris without informing her. He was well used to being with married women, or the courtesans who recognized one another on sight. They were then immediately more determined than ever to hold his attention and his affection. He could not think of a suitable answer to Venetia's question. "As the lady is so fantastically dressed," she said, as he did not speak, "perhaps she is an actress, or one of those women Papa said I should not ask questions about." Rock felt it was intelligent of her to have worked it out in her own way. "You are quite right, Venetia, and as my wife you must pretend she does not exist." Venetia giggled. "I think that would be very rude. If you want to speak to her and tell her you are sorry, she's so upset. You must do so. You will not mind?" "No, why should I, Rock? If you left me alone and sat at her table, I should feel embarrassed and hurt. But as it is, I'm just rather sorry that she should feel so strongly you have neglected her." "She's alone at the moment," he replied, But I don't feel it will be for very long. What we must concern ourselves with now is what we are to eat, and I may say that next to Duglier, who is undoubtedly the best chef in Paris, the food here comes in a very good second. I thought the food last night was a gastronomic dream, but everyone was talking so volubly that I did not have a chance to discuss it with you. I'm glad you thought so. 3 years ago, when the Tsar of Russia and the Tsarevich, Bismarck and the King of Prussia all came to the international exhibition, they dined at the Café Anglais where we were last night. Duglier served them a banquet, which I am quite sure will be a classic forever. I felt I was right in thinking the delicious food was really exceptional, but it is hard when there are so many people to talk to when one is eating as well as thinking. Rock laughed. You are not the only one who has thought that. It flashed through his mind that he might, as a joke, take her to see one of the private rooms upstairs of the Café Anglais. One of them was called Marivaux, and it was also known as Le Cabinet des Femmes du Monde. He had often been in that room himself, and when a society lady was dining alone with him, and of course in secret, she was able to reach it by a special staircase. The ladies who used it hurried up the stairs for fear of being recognized. He had always found it a convenient way of being alone with them when he could not go to their houses, and they were too nervous to come to where he was staying. All of that is now over, now that I'm married, Rock thought to himself, not really ruefully. Yet it seemed extraordinary. In marrying who he felt would be a young, rather stupid English girl, he was finding himself comforted with questions and problems he had never expected. He wondered if he should tell Venetia exactly whom the courtesan was who had spoken to him. Then he remembered that while Venetia was most knowledgeable on many matters, she was, as she had said herself, completely ignorant about love. It suddenly occurred to him that nothing would be more exciting than to teach anyone so beautiful to respond to him, as she was obviously not doing so at the moment. He had grown to expect exactly the opposite with any woman he was with. Whatever happens, he reflected, I must be careful in teaching her and not hurry or shock her in any way. She's very young, very vulnerable, very innocent, and very lovely. Venetia had been gazing round the room, but now she turned to look at Rock. You're thinking about me, Rock. Have I done something wrong? No, of course not. But how did you know I was thinking about you? Somehow I sensed it. Sometimes I find I know what you are thinking, especially if you are thinking about me. What do you believe that I'm thinking now? That I'm far from what you expected, and so far I am not a complete disappointment? Rock stared at her. Can you really understand that, without my putting it into words? I think you're quite easy to read. I'm sure if we loved each other, it would be easier still. Why do you say that, Venetia? She was silent for a moment before she replied. I suspect you know the ancient Greeks believed that when the first man was created, he was single, just one person, in a very big world. Rock knew he had read this somewhere, but had not thought about it for a long time. He did not speak, and Venetia continued. Because he was so lonely and unhappy, he was cut into 2 pieces. The soft, introspective part of him became a woman. He, the other half, was the fighter, the protector, and naturally the man in authority. Ah, I remember now, and what we are all looking for is the other half of ourselves. Venetia smiled at him. I always hoped that one day I would find mine, but I needed time to do it. Not a rush up the aisle with a man you'd never seen before, remarked Rock. It was a big shock, but because you are so kind and understanding, I'm getting over it. Already I find it very exciting being with you in France and seeing Paris through different eyes. Rock thought rather wryly that this was a small step in the right direction. At the same time, she was still regarding him as a stranger, someone she would not in the least fall in love with. "Look round the room," he suggested, "and tell me if there is any man here you would rather be with than me." Venetia laughed. "That is a silly suggestion. There is no need for me to look round the room. I would rather be with you than with a man I have never met and know nothing about." "Are you describing me as I was until yesterday?" "Papa told me a great deal about you, so you were not a complete stranger. But I was frightened when I came up the aisle, and even more frightened when we arrived at your large house in London." "So you expected me to spring on you?" As he spoke, he wondered if that indeed was what she had expected and feared, but had in a very clever way avoided. "You have been very kind to me, and I think very sensible. But there is a great deal to learn about each other, and I am trying hard to learn about you, the real you, not the one the other ladies know." Rock looked at her questioningly. "I did notice one at the wedding," Venetia went on, "looking up at you, in a way that told me she loved you, and when she looked at me, I was certain she hated me." Looking back, Rock remembered 3 women who had come to the wedding who he thought would have been more tactful if they had stayed away. They had gushed at him when he shook them by the hand, and one of them had simpered, "Dearest, dearest Rock, how can I possibly go on living without you?" He had only been thankful that Leonie had had the sense not to come to the wedding, even if, as he was quite sure, the Duke had not sent her an invitation. It was, he thought, too much to expect of Venetia not to realize they were saying more or less openly that they had at one time been very much part of his life. To his surprise, Venetia was now looking round the room again. It was as if she was obeying him in choosing a man she would rather be with than with him. And then she commented, "I think, although you may think it rather insolent of me, that I find French men somewhat unattractive. In fact, those I met when I was staying in the holidays with my school friends did not seem as sincere or, for that matter, as masculine as an Englishman." "I do think that describes them rather well, Venetia. Equally, Englishmen too can be insincere, and you must not believe every word they say to you." "I expect you are referring to all the compliments I received at the wedding, and at dinner last night." Rock nodded. "You forget I have only just left school, and when I stayed away with the girls, their brothers were French and ignored me as if I was of no consequence." Rock found this hard to believe. "The Englishman I met with Papa before I went to school in France patted me on the head and said I was a pretty child, as was to be expected, as my mother was so beautiful." Rock chuckled. "You have had very incompetent teachers when it comes to the art and craft of being a beautiful woman. But you will learn quickly, and will doubtless soon find I am a dull Englishman who does not express his feelings in the same glowing terms as a Frenchman can. I think that whatever anyone said to me, I would be sensible enough to realize what was sincere and what was insincere. The whole trouble with you is that you are far too intelligent, Venetia. I have a suspicion I will find out soon that you are a blue stocking." "You are more likely to decide I am so ignorant about life as you have led it, that I am only a very small sock. Then you will be bored and return to the beautiful women we saw today in the Bois de Boulogne." Rock felt that they were back where they had started. "I am astonished, Venetia, that you are so knowledgeable in so many ways, yet know so little about life as it is today." "I am not very worried about that. In fact, I find it exciting to be with you. When you were telling me all your travels yesterday, I thought it the most thrilling thing that has ever happened to me." "I hope there will be far more exciting subjects for you in the future," Rock said, without thinking. She looked up at him and asked, "What sort of things?" For a moment he almost laughed at himself. He had created a problem just because he was not thinking as carefully as he should. There are so many things, places, people, restaurants, and different parts of the world. You and I are undertaking a special privilege of our own, and we must not forget it. To find love? Inquired Venetia. Exactly. I'm wondering, she asked tentatively, if you do fall in love with me, how I will know that you have. You will know because I will tell you so, Rock replied simply. I think it will be a mistake if we are shy or prudish about it. I agree with that, but if you don't fall in love with me and think I am just impossible, then we must somehow rearrange our lives so that we remain friends. How could we do so if we have to live in the same house and entertain our relations, who will be, I promise you, exceedingly inquisitive about both of us? I can quite believe that, Rock, and of course they will question me endlessly about you, and you about me. Rock knew that the first question they would ask is when they were going to have an heir, and yet this was a subject he had no wish to discuss with her at present, so he just added, I am sure they will, and we will have to think out subtle answers if it is impossible to tell them the truth. I feel now as if I am walking down a long tunnel, and there is a light at the far end of it, but I find it is taking me a long time to reach it. Rock thought this was hardly a compliment to him, that she would take such a long time. All the same, he could appreciate that Venetia had accurately described what they were both feeling. What I really want, Venetia, is to make sure that you enjoy your honeymoon and not expect too much too quickly. He saw she was listening, and her eyes met his. You are very lovely, Venetia. There is not a man in this room who would not be glad to change places with me at this moment. But I am trying to be sensible and not rush my fancies. You must try to understand my feelings as well as your own. I do understand your feelings, Rock. It must have been horrible for you when that ghastly Earl went all round London saying how terrible you were. I was terrified he might have come to the wedding and made a scene which would have upset Papa. It would have upset me too, but my best man had arranged that there was someone at every door to make certain he did not enter the church. We were very lucky there was no disturbance. In fact, everyone I spoke to enjoyed the wedding enormously, including you, Venetia. She gave him a quick smile. Shall I just say that you were not as terrifying as I expected, and you looked so handsome and distinguished compared to most of the men in the congregation? Rock laughed because he could not help it. That is rather a double-edged compliment, and I do think that you might have worded it better. I expect the lovely ladies who were furious at your getting married, like the one who accosted us when we arrived here, would have expressed it much better, but then they have known you for a long time, whilst I have enjoyed your acquaintance only for 3 days. He laughed again. It does seem incredible. And may I say that you are handling the situation very adroitly. In fact, I feel you would be more useful in the House of Lords, helping the War Office, than I could be. Now you are trying to wriggle out of a promise that is not only your duty to keep, but is something you will feel strongly about once you realize how much you are needed. Rock thought she was now prophesying something that would undoubtedly come true. Once again, he thought, this was an extraordinary conversation to be having with a young girl, even more extraordinary with one he had just married. I think what we must do now, Venetia, instead of worrying about the future, is to make sure we enjoy the present. You tell me anything you particularly want to do in France, and we will make out a list of places to visit. We must not look back and say what a pity we missed them. I can give you my list right away, Rock. I want to go to the opera, and I only hope you like music as much as I do. I want to sail down the Seine in one of the barges, or perhaps, if you are feeling extravagant, in a private boat. That I will promise you, murmured Rock. I wish, she continued, to eat in all the wonderful restaurants, like last night's, so that when we return to your houses in England, and I have to discuss with the cook what we will have for dinner, I will be experienced enough to choose your favourite dishes. I will cheer you up by saying in answer to your last remark that when my old cook retired, I then engaged a French chef. He is a master of his art, and can provide rather more than roast beef and apple tart. So, that is one problem well solved as far as I am concerned. But if you don't like music, I can understand you may not wish to go to the opera. As it happens, I am very fond of music, and I hope you can play the piano as well as you can talk. I gained a distinction at my school for music, and if you really enjoy opera, oh, it is something I had always hoped I would find in the man I married. So, you did contemplate marriage? Of course I did. All the girls were constantly talking about it at school, and the French girls, as you know, have their marriages arranged for them if they are aristocratic. I'm certain, too, that the German girls do exactly what their fathers bully them into doing. That is just what your father did to you. I can understand. He wanted to save you, and I don't really mind being your lifebelt now, which you have been so very gracefully, Venetia. I am eternally grateful to you. He spoke with a deep sincerity in his voice. Instinctively, and without thinking, he put his hand over hers. She looked up at him, and their eyes met. For a moment, it was impossible for either of them to look away. Chapter 7. The next day, as Rock said, the balloon went up. His mother had written to all her friends in France, as she was thinking she must help her son on what would obviously be a most difficult honeymoon. Lady Manville had also written, and, as she had lived in France for a time, she knew a great number of people. Invitations poured in, and most of them would have been exceedingly hurt and distressed if the young couple had refused them. To Venetia it was a new excitement she had not expected, and it made up for the balls she had missed as a debutante. Her enjoyment was so infectious that everyone who entertained her and Rock invited the young couple again. There were endless balls in Paris and in the glorious chateau in the country. Venetia found it all enchanting and delightful. She rushed round to Frederick Worth and begged him to make her more dresses as quickly as possible. He quickly appreciated that Venetia was, after his royal customers, a magnificent advertisement for him. He took on new workers, and those who were with him already were forced to work all night. The clothes arrived some time only an hour before Venetia was ready to leave for a party, but inevitably she was, as Rock told her, the belle of every ball. As they did not go to bed until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, they were often very tired the next day. It usually meant that when they were asked out to luncheon, they only just arrived in time. They no longer had much time to talk about horses and Rock's travels that Venetia had enjoyed so much. It was hurry, hurry, hurry to the next engagement. Then, to Rock's surprise, driving home one evening, or rather very early in the morning, Venetia inquired, "When are we going back to England, Rock?" "Are you anxious to go home? I thought, being the success of Paris, you would want to stay here indefinitely." She did not reply, and so he asked her, "What has upset you, Venetia?" "I'm not really upset," she said in a small voice, "but I was quite right in thinking I don't like Frenchmen." "What has happened?" Rock insisted. "The Vicomte tried to kiss me this evening, and I was frightened he might actually do so." Rock made up his mind immediately. "Then we will go home tomorrow, without anyone knowing what we are doing until we have departed." Venetia looked at him in surprise, but all she could see was his profile against the streetlights. "Enough is enough," said Rock firmly, as if she had asked a question, "and I have been thinking every morning how much I was missing my horses. It will be wonderful to ride again." He realized the excitement was back in her voice. "We will just sneak away as we sneaked in. Leave everything to me." When they had reached their house in the Champs-Élysées, Venetia went upstairs. As she reached the landing, she saw that Rock had not followed her, but had gone into the sitting room. He was leaving instructions for the servants as soon as they were up in the morning. Because he was so efficient, she was not surprised when she found herself soon after midday travelling in a fast train towards Calais. "What will they say when they find we have left without saying goodbye?" she asked, as the train pulled out of the Gare du Nord. "We will send them letters of thanks once we are home," he replied. "But I am glad that you have not found the Frenchman more attractive than us poor Englishmen." "It was silly of me to be frightened, but as you know, I have never been kissed, and I certainly did not want my first kiss to be from a Frenchman who had drunk too much champagne." "Forget him," Rock thundered. He was annoyed that she should have been upset. She had been so happy and delighted at the interest she had aroused in Paris. He had noticed with a smile that her luggage was now 3 times as large as when they had arrived in Paris. He thought that she would soon captivate the beau monde in London, as she had captivated the Parisians. Because they were both tired, they talked very little on the journey, and they fell asleep as soon as they reached the Thistle. When they arrived in London, she was delighted to find Rock's chaise with its excellent team of horses waiting to take them to the country. "I thought you would want to stay in London," she queried Rock, "at least for the night. That would mean we would have had to see Aunt Alice and tell her how kind her friends have been to us." "You can do that later, once we have rested in the country. I'm looking forward to showing you what will be our main residence in the future." "I can't wait," sighed Venetia, "and I only hope it is looking forward to seeing me." Rock smiled. He knew with her enthusiasm and the way she had charmed the crew of the Thistle that the large staff at Rockinston Hall would take her to their hearts. Venetia was overcome at her first sight of the great building. It had been the ancestral home of the Rockinstons for generations, and it was even larger than she expected, despite all her father had told her about it. The garden and the woods round it were even lovelier than Lynbrook Hall. As it was spring, the trees were all in blossom, and the wild flowers were a mass of colour in the fields. The garden itself, she thought, more beautiful than any garden she had ever seen in her life. To begin with, there was a large lake in front of the house, and the little stream running through the paddock was, Rock told her, full of fish. "I caught my first trout when I was 5, he told her. "I was so pleased with it that my mother had put it in a glass case, and you can admire it still in the nursery." The way he spoke made Venetia give him a quick glance, and then she looked away again as his eyes were burning into hers. She knew, as well as he did, that both their families would be waiting to know if there was a possibility of an heir to the dukedom. It would be difficult to explain that they were only just getting to know each other, and that they had enjoyed a fabulous honeymoon in Paris, as friends, not lovers. When they went into the house, Venetia was thrilled by the huge double staircase curving up on either side of the hall to the first floor. The magnificent picture over the medieval fireplace was most impressive, and there were many regimental flags, which Rock explained were from battles that his ancestors had fought in and won. The footman's livery was the smartest and certainly the most spectacular Venetia had ever seen. The butler, who informed Rock that the estate manager would be waiting to meet him after tea, formally greeted them. "Tea is waiting for you, Your Grace, in the blue drawing-room," the butler intoned, "and may I, on behalf of the whole household staff, wish Your Grace and Her Grace a long and happy life here at the Hall." "That is rather what we are hoping ourselves, Benson," replied Rock with a quick smile. Venetia shook hands with him, and also with the footman, which they did not expect. Upstairs, Rock took her into an even larger drawing-room that overlooked the back of the hall. "I do want you to see the artificial lake, Venetia," Rock said. "My great-great-grandfather created it, and most people find it even more beautiful than the one in the front of the house." It was certainly magnificent. The lake was large and bordered with majestic trees in full bloom. In the centre was a striking statue of Venus surrounded by winged cupids. "Oh, look at the adorable cupids! They even have bows and arrows," she gasped, "with the shadows from the leaves playing on Venus. Oh, it is perfect. I have never seen anything so beautiful." "I thought you would appreciate it, Venetia. It is unique, and I have never found one like it on anyone else's estate," Rock replied, surprised by how much pleasure her obvious delight was affording him. "I am sure eventually they will copy it, but for now it is wonderful to have it all to yourself." Rock was looking at the lake with satisfaction. As Venetia followed his eyes, she could just make out, far away, peeping over the trees, what appeared to be a high roof. "What is that?" she asked. "Surely it is not another house." "No, it is something quite different, Venetia," Rock answered. "It's a copy of a Buddhist temple." Venetia looked interested, and he went on. "My great-great-grandfather built it as his tomb." "As his tomb? Is he buried there?" "He is not only buried there, but he took with him a great number of documents and treasures that should have remained in the possession of his successors." Venetia realized that this annoyed him. "Then he put a curse on anyone who would enter his tomb and disturb him when he was dead." Venetia was fascinated. "Do you mean to say," she asked, "that no one can go into the tomb, and you can never claim back the items he has taken with him?" "Because of the curse, no one in the house or in the village will go near it. He lies in a special coffin, which he designed himself, surrounded by all his books and other possessions he took from the house." "I have never heard of anything so extraordinary, and naturally, I will want to look at the tomb one day." "There is nothing to see. It is all sealed up, and I assure you I would not dare to open it myself." Venetia laughed. "I know how superstitious people can be, and I do understand their feelings. But it must be so frustrating for you when you think of the precious things he has taken, especially anything historic." "I gather they include letters from Queen Elizabeth, who stayed here when the house was much smaller than it is now. Also, one from Charles II, thanking my ancestor for hiding him from Oliver Cromwell's men." "I do see it's infuriating, Rock, but perhaps when you die, you too will want to take something you hold very precious with you." "I will be buried in the family tomb in the village churchyard, and when you see it you will be impressed and recognize that it is exactly the right sort of tomb to hold distinguished members of my family." "Oh, this is a very morbid conversation the moment we arrive. You know as well as I do, there is just one more place I wish to see before we retire for the night." "All right, we will go there right now." Rock knew exactly what she meant. "We will go to the stables, and you will have a full conducted tour of the house tomorrow. Quite frankly, I feel exhausted from the dissipation of gay Paris, and I am sure you are the same." Venetia agreed, and they walked over to the stables to inspect his thoroughbreds after they had finished tea. The head groom was delighted to see them, and he knew all about Venetia's father's horses. "If you asks me," he said, "it's going to be a right close finish at Ascot this year. His Grace has set his heart on winning the Gold Cup with Dragonfly." "My father is just as determined to win the race with Samson," retorted Venetia. "So, we will be watching one of the most exciting races Ascot has ever held." When they went back to the house, Rock remarked, "It means so much to them. They all feel as if the horses are theirs as much as mine. Our people feel exactly the same," added Venetia. "I think perhaps I should pray for a dead heat." "I think that if you want to be completely fair, you should keep your prayers out of it. I fear that yours may be more efficacious than mine." Venetia smiled at Rock. "Now," she declared, "that is a new challenge, and one we have not thought of before." They enjoyed an excellent dinner, and Venetia told Benson afterwards that she would like to visit the kitchen tomorrow morning. "I want to thank the chef," she said, "and also to meet those of the staff I have not seen already." The housekeeper and 2 of the maids had helped her change before dinner, and she could see that they were delighted at her new gowns from Frederick Worth. Rock now suggested, "I think after all the late hours we spent in Paris, we should retire to bed at once. I know you will want to go riding tomorrow after breakfast. Having seen your lovely horses, I cannot imagine anything more appealing. I must tell you, I am delighted by your house, even though I am a little overwhelmed by it. I'm hoping, Venetia, that you will be very happy here. We will make it even better than it has ever been in the past. I want it to be a sanctuary where we and all those who belong to us feel safe and secure, whatever happens in the world outside." He was speaking seriously, and Venetia knew that it meant a great deal to him. "I will do my best not to fail or disappoint you." "I don't think you could ever do that. Now go to bed, Venetia, and tomorrow we will start a new chapter of our life, together, and forget anything that has upset us in the past." "You make it all sound very dramatic, Rock. Chapter 1 was marvellous. Not at all what I expected, but I enjoyed it enormously." "So did I," Rock agreed. "But as I have said, that was only Chapter 1. Now we will see what happens in Chapter 2. He thought as he spoke how much he wanted to kiss her, but he sensed the moment was not quite right, and he must wait a little longer. As they were talking, they had been walking up the stairs. Now Venetia walked into the beautiful room which she guessed, although he had not told her, had been his mother's room before she left for Scotland. Everything about it was exquisite and quite perfect. There was a maid waiting in the room, and it was therefore impossible for her to say good night to Rock, and she knew he would not come to her room after she was in bed. She was indeed more tired than she had thought, and she fell asleep almost as soon as she blew out the candles. When she woke, it was 8:30, and the maid was pulling back the curtains. They had arranged the previous night to breakfast at 9 o'clock, later, as Rock said, than they usually did in the country. "I have ordered the horses for 9:30, and I will show you my favourite parts of the estate. Then later, when we feel stronger, I will take you to the boundary, but that is far too for the first day that we are in the saddle." "I'm so longing to ride, Rock, and I don't mind where we go. It will be exciting to ride with you and see if you're as good a horseman as my papa." She was being provocative and teasing him. "That is indeed a bug challenge, and in reply I will expect you to sail over the jumps on the racecourse as well as your father did the last time he was here." Now, as she put on her riding habit, she hoped she would be given one of the best jumpers in the stables, but she rather expected that Rock would keep it for himself. When she was dressed, she reached the top of the stairs, and looking down she saw the head groom was in the hall talking to Benson. He saw her and exclaimed, "Oh, there you be, your grace." There was something about him that made Venetia sense that he was agitated in some way. She hurried down the stairs. "What is it?" she asked. "Is anything wrong?" "I be afraid, your grace, there's been an accident," the head groom replied. "An accident? What has happened?" "Silver Star, who his grace took out this morning at 7 o'clock, is come back alone." Venetia drew in her breath. "Alone? Well, is the horse damaged in any way? No, he don't appear to have had a fall, but perhaps his grace be struck off him by a low bough or something like that. Then we must find him at once. I've already sent out 4 men, your grace. We don't know in which direction his grace went, but they be going on what he knows be his grace's usual rides. Bring me a horse, cried Venetia. No, no, I'll come with you to the stables. She did not wait for an answer. She set off at a run to the stables they had visited yesterday. It only took the head groom a few minutes to bring out one of Rock's best stallions. Venetia was waiting at the mounting block. She picked up the reins and rode to the back of the house towards the artificial lake. She did not quite know why, but as they had seen it together last evening, she was convinced that was the way Rock had ridden. Then, as she rode along the lake, she looked ahead. She saw, again, the roof of the tomb Rock's ancestor had built for himself. She felt almost as if the temple was calling to her, begging her to come closer. She passed through the trees at the end of the lake, and then she saw that the temple was on higher ground, with rhododendrons encircling it. It was somewhat larger than what she had expected, and she could see through the bushes that it was of solid stone painted green, but without windows or doors. Yet she felt that in some way she could not explain it was connected at this critical moment with Rock. Then an idea came to her mind, which she felt she should have thought of before. The Earl of Darran had sworn to have his revenge. Had he been waiting for Rock to return from France, to carry out his threats, to shoot him or injure him? Rock had never spoken of the Earl all the time they had been in Paris together, and she had almost forgotten his existence, and that he was the reason for their being married so hastily. There had been so much for her to think about and enjoy that the Earl had slipped completely from her mind. Now she was suddenly afraid. Supposing he had shot at Rock when he was riding over his own land early this morning? Rock would have been unaware that there was anyone lurking behind the trees or in the bushes. The head groom had said the horse had not fallen, and it was very unlikely that Rock would have dismounted and let the horse run away. Surely, if anything unusual had happened, someone on the estate would have seen it. She was now all alone at the weird temple erected by Rock's ancestor, and it still seemed to be calling her. Then, as she rounded the temple, she saw to the left, a little below her, that there was a small cottage. It stood by itself and was not part of the village, which was on the far side of a hill. On an impulse, knowing there was nothing else she could do, Venetia rode down to the cottage, and as she drew nearer, she saw it was very quaint with a thatched roof. Sitting outside the door was an elderly man with white hair. One of his legs was stuck out in front of him, proclaiming, without Venetia looking at the crutch beside him, that he was crippled. He looked up at her as she approached. She bent forward to speak to him, and as he put his hand up to his ear, she realized it was unlikely he would hear her. So she dismounted and attached her horse's bridle to a post. The small gate was open, and a path led her to the old man. "Good morning," Venetia began. "Let me introduce myself. I am the new Duchess of Rockinston." She held out her hand, and the old man took it. "I hears about you," he said, "and they says you be pretty as a picture." "Thank you for the compliment. What I have come to ask you is if you have seen anything strange happening here. His Grace went out riding early this morning, and his horse has come back to the stable without him." She spoke slowly and carefully so that the old man could hear her. She thought it was very unlikely that he would have seen Rock, but at least he was someone to question. "The Duke's had a fall, has he? Well, that's not like him. He be a fine rider, as we all knows." "He is indeed, and that is why I am worried. You have not seen him?" The old man shook his head. And there has not been anyone else here?
There be some men up at that tomb earlier this morning. I could see one of the horses, but they ain't there now.
No, I've just come past it, and there is no one about. Are you quite certain they were by the tomb?
I hears a noise, but me ears, they ain't what they were.
Can anyone get inside the tomb? Asked Venetia.
They be cursed if they does.
I know that, but you thought someone was making a noise by the tomb. What sort of noise?
They be banging, and I thinks there were voices, though I couldn't hear what they were saying.
Is there any way I can look inside the tomb? I have a distinct feeling there is someone in there. The old man was silent, and then he chuckled.
There be only one person who's been in there since that tomb were closed up, and that be I.
You have been inside? Exclaimed Venetia.
I have, though I have never told anyone, and I ain't been cursed unless you count this leg of mine, which be real bad with arthritis.
How did you get into the tomb if it is all sealed up?
Well, that be a secret, the old man replied.
If you can tell me how I can get into the tomb, I will give you anything. Anything you want.
Do you mean that?
I mean it, Venetia promised. And what is more, I will find someone to heal your leg.
I doubts if you can do that. What I wants be one of them wheelchairs you can go about in. Me daughter brings up food from the village, but I'd like to go down to the pub and have a drink, as I used to do.
Were you living here when you were young?
Yes, that's right. Me father built the cottage when he retired from looking after the horses at the hall, and I helps him. I were about 15 at the time. We built it between us, and very comfortable I was after he'd gone, till me leg made me a prisoner.
And at the time you were building the house, you managed to find a way into the tomb. How did you do it? The old man put his finger up to his nose, and then looked round to make sure that no one was listening.
You'll not tell anyone, 'cause they'll think I'm mad.
I will tell no one, but please tell me how I can get in, as you did. Please? I am sure that if you do, you will be helping someone in danger. The old man hesitated, and then he responded.
It be hard to say no to such a pretty lady as you. If you wants the truth, I were that curious when no one were allowed in the tomb, 'cause the Duke lay there, that I wanted to be sure of that for myself.
But how did you manage it? Venetia persisted. It was taking a long time to obtain the information she wanted, but she recognized that she must not hurry him in case he refused to say any more. The old man pointed at the temple.
You see that yon ledge on the corner there? Well, I moved the stones neath the roof till there were an hole big enough for I to squeeze through. It takes ages, as I could only do it after dark when me ma thinks I were asleep.
But you did it? Venetia asked him feverishly.
I did, indeed, and then I puts back them stones so no one would notice that they not be cemented down as the rest were.
I want to look, for myself. Tell me what to do. The old man chuckled again.
I climbed on the outside wall, and no one noticed the stones I put behind them rhododendrons.
It was at the far end, inquired Venetia. He nodded.
You'll spoil your pretty skirt climbing up there.
Oh, that doesn't matter.
You'll find the stones where I put them up one by one. Then I pulls away the smaller ones and only put them back so there were no hole. Not that anyone goes near it.
But you thought you heard voices
and noises this morning." "Ah, well, that were on the other side. I think perhaps they were after a fox. It didn't go on for long."
"They have gone now," Venetia murmured, more to herself than to the old man. "Will you please look after my horse while I go up and try to enter the tomb the same way as you did?" She took off her riding coat as she spoke and put it down beside him.
"Now just be careful, your grace, as it be very dark inside."
Venetia had not thought of that. "Do you have a lantern?" she asked him.
"There be one in the kitchen. All you'll see be a coffin lying on the floor, and a lot of things as they said he took with him, all circled around him."
He found he was speaking to himself, as Venetia had already run into the cottage. She found the lantern by the kitchen window. It was the usual candle lamp that most cottagers used when they went out at night. She picked it up and lit it from the fire burning in the grate. All the while, a voice from the temple seemed to be calling out to her louder and louder. It was then, as she finished lighting the lantern, she had an idea. She first looked at the table, then into one of the drawers for a sharp knife, and found one that was obviously used for carving and was sharper than the rest. She went outside. "I have borrowed your lantern and a sharp knife," she called to the old man. "Please, look after my horse for me, and I will not be longer than I can help."
"You be careful of yourself," the man warned, "and don't be too afraid of that there curse. It did nowt to I."
"You have been very kind, and I promise you shall have the wheelchair you require, whether I find what I am seeking or not." She did not wait for him to answer, but hurried up the hill and pushed her way through the rhododendrons. Then she saw a pile of stones at the far end of the temple, and as they had been there for many years, moss had grown over them, and they were rather slippery. She climbed up them carefully. Then, as she looked up, she saw the hole the old man had made when he was a boy, and she could see where the bricks had been replaced, but they were loose. She began to pull them out one by one, and they came away, although on some she had to scrape away the moss that made them stick to the next brick. "It's extraordinary," she thought, "that no one has ever noticed the entrance he made." Yet she could understand why the villagers, who were always superstitious, were terrified of going near the tomb. But now, in her head, it was Rock pleading with her to hurry into the temple to rescue him from a terrible fate. It took some time to pull out all the bricks, and then she had to push the lantern and the knife in as far as she could. At last she started to climb into the temple herself. She had climbed trees as a child, and she therefore knew how to pull herself up without slipping back, as so many women might have done, hurting themselves as they did so. The inside of the temple was dark, yet there was a faint light, and she supposed some air must be coming in from where the roof joined the walls. The heavy silence, she realized, was due to the bricks on each side of the building that were especially thick to make it stand forever, regardless of age or storms. No one would be able to hear her from the outside, she was certain. When she crawled through the hole, she found herself on a platform at least 3 feet wide that surrounded the center of the building. She edged forward, pushing the lantern in front of her. As she looked down, she could see the coffin, decorated with gold handles and an ornate lid. For a moment she stared at it, suppressing a shudder, and seeing it was resting on a stand at least a foot high. As her eyes grew accustomed to the darkness, she looked round and drew in her breath. On the far side of the coffin, a man was lying on the floor. She knew at once that it was Rock. She swung herself down from the platform onto the floor of the temple. Reaching up, she collected the lantern and the knife. She thought, when she first saw him lying prostrate, that Rock must be dead, and the full horror of it was almost impossible to bear. Then, when she reached him, She saw that he was breathing, but bound and gagged. She could see his eyes gazing at her. She put the lantern down on the floor, and picking up the knife, she very gently cut away the gag that was tied at the back of his neck. It had made it impossible for him to cry out, and it must have been very painful. As she cut it away and pulled it very gently from between his lips, he exclaimed hoarsely, "Venetia, how did you find me here? I heard you calling me. I was thinking of you desperately all the time, and praying that you, above everyone, would realize what had happened to me." Venetia was cutting away at the rope that bound his arms to his body. "How could anyone possibly do this to you?" she asked, feeling tearful.
"You know the answer to that. The Earl of Darran told me I would die here slowly, and no one would find me. Even if they thought I might be here, they would be too afraid to look for me."
"I felt sure when your horse returned without you that something terrible had happened. As he had not fallen, I was convinced that it was the Earl who was venting his revenge on you in some way."
"How could you have thought of this place?"
"First, it was the temple calling me, and then it was you. It was so strong. It was out of this world."
Now Rock was shaking the ropes from his hands. When he was free, he took the knife from her to cut the ropes that bound his legs. He had been tied up so tightly, Venetia saw that it would have been just impossible for him to free himself, however hard he had tried. "How did you manage to get inside?" Rock asked. "I was always told the place was impregnable, and when the Earl's men put back the bricks, I was certain that they cemented them in place, just as they had been before. No one would think that they had violated the sanctuary."
"We were very, very lucky, Rock. There is an old man who lives in a cottage near here, who told me he had broken in as a boy. When he told me how he had done it, I knew I would find you."
Rock pulled the rope from his boots and stood up. For a moment he was a little unsteady, and then he stretched out his arms.
"He did not hurt you?"
Venetia asked breathlessly. "No. He told me I would die slowly, very slowly, and he added jeeringly that I would have plenty of time to think of all the beautiful women I have seduced." He looked down at Venetia. She was still kneeling, as she had been when she was cutting away his ropes. "But you saved me," he murmured softly. "I now know that as you heard me calling you, we belong to each other, wholly and absolutely." As he spoke, he pulled her up from the ground and put his arms round her. Then he kissed her. It was a kiss first of wonder and happiness, because he was free, and because she had found him. Then, as his lips met hers again, he found the kiss he was giving her was totally different from any other kiss he had ever known. It seemed in some way to be part of the tomb they were in, and part of the wonder of her finding him. Above all, he knew now that he loved her as he had never loved any woman before. He kissed her endlessly, until Venetia felt she was melting into him, and they were not two people, but one. His kisses then became more possessive and more passionate. She felt that this was what she had always believed love would be like, and that he was carrying her up into heaven itself. Only when he raised his head did he say in a deep voice that seemed unlike his own, "My darling, my sweet one, how could you have been so brilliant as to save me?" He kissed her again. "I love you, Rock," Venetia mumbled. "But let's leave here. I'm so afraid your great-great-grandfather will be angry with us and curse us for being here." "I think he will understand we have not come here deliberately." He picked up the knife and lantern, and they walked round the coffin to the wall Venetia had climbed down.
Rock pushed her up to the top of the wall, and then he climbed up himself. She crawled to the hole and let herself down onto the bricks below, leaving marks on her riding skirt. Rock handed the knife and lantern down to her, and then followed her. They pushed their way through the rhododendrons. As Venetia looked towards the cottage, she saw one of the grooms talking to the old man. They walked towards him, and the groom shouted, "You found them! Are you all right, Your Grace? We were scared in case you'd hurt yourself."
"Her Grace found me, and I am not hurt. What I would like is to ride your horse home, and if you hurry back, you can tell everyone the good news before we arrive."
The groom dismounted quickly, and Rock told him to tie his horse up beside Venetia's. Then, as he walked to the front of the cottage, he saw that Venetia was holding the old man's hand. "Thank you. Thank you," she was saying. "It is all due to you that I could save his Grace's life. He had been shut up in the temple, and he would have died there if you had not been brave enough to tell me how to enter it." Rock said much the same when he joined them. He promised that the old man should not only have the wheelchair he wanted, but anything else he needed for his cottage. "My wife and I arrived only late last night, but we will come and see you tomorrow, and thank you again for all your kindness. But it will be wise for us not to tell the people where I was found, or how I was put there." The old man nodded to show he agreed, and Rock continued, "If you have kept the secret all these years of how you entered the temple, then you can keep my secret too. Otherwise all the village will be piling in, and that I am sure would annoy my great-great-grandfather more than anything else." The old man laughed. "You can trust I, Your Grace. I'll not talk about it for fear I'll be cursed." "I am sure you won't be, but I think we should all say that I dismounted to release an animal that had been caught in a trap, and my horse ran away. My leg was then caught in the trap from which I could not escape until Her Grace came to rescue me." "They'll believe that story all right," he chuckled. "My wife and I will always be eternally grateful to you for your help, and if at any time you need anything, whatever it is, you only have to send to the hall to tell me what you require, and I promise that it will be yours." "That will be very kind of Your Grace, but I'll be happy with me wheelchair, and anything else Your Grace be kind enough to give I." "You have been so wonderful, and thank you again," cried Venetia. They untied their horses, and as they rode away, she asked Rock, "Are you quite certain you are all right? I was so terribly afraid he had hurt you." I'm just a little bit shaken. As you can see from my clothes, I tried to fight when they first caught hold of me, but then there were 3 of them. When my horse ran away, the Earl watched while they wound the rope round me, so that it was impossible to move. They had first gagged me so that, well, I couldn't call for help." "How did they get you into the temple, Rock?" "They must have had an opening ready before we returned. It's just the sort of thing the Earl would do." They rode on in silence, and then Venetia asked, "Do you think he will try it again?" "I suppose so, but I will now take every possible precaution." He did not say any more, and when they arrived back at the hall, Benson hurried forward. "We've just heard Your Grace has been found. Are you hurt? Do you require a doctor?" "I require only my breakfast. Then, as it was most unpleasant being caught in a trap, I intend to rest." "I think that will be very wise, Your Grace. And if you go upstairs and take your clothes off, which I can see have been torn, I'll take your breakfast to the boudoir." "That is a good idea," said Venetia, "and I've just remembered I have not had any breakfast either." She went up the stairs, watching Rock as she did so, in case he was at all unsteady. Although he must have strained and fought against the ropes, he seemed quite like himself, but she was wise enough to recognize that it had been a terrifying experience for him. Breakfast was brought quickly to the boudoir, and Rock came to join Venetia. She had already taken off her riding habit that was dirty and stained. "Whatever have you been a-doing with yourself, your grace?" the maid asked her. "I had to scramble through the bushes to where his grace was trapped when saving an animal." She knew this would be reported in the servants' hall. She put on the pretty dressing gown she had bought in Paris. It was of pale blue satin trimmed with yards of Valenciennes lace. When she joined Rock, he smiled at her and told Benson they would wait on themselves. When the door closed, he remarked, "I think we have covered our tracks. At least we will not have half the village pestering my great-great-grandfather." "Do you really believe he could curse us, Rock?" "Apparently he was interested in spiritual matters, and he may have found some magical way of using them. He certainly scared the whole village rugged." He sipped his coffee and then declared, "I feel so much better now. I'm glad, Rock, so very glad. Would you really mind, Venetia, if I had never been found and you had become a widow before you were a wife?" She was just about to answer the question when the door of the boudoir opened. It was Benson. As Rock looked at him in rather an irritated way for disturbing them, he said, "I think your grace ought to know that there has been a terrible accident." "What has happened, Benson?" "A gentleman who I understand to be the Earl of Darran has been killed in the wood." "Killed? How?" "They say, your grace, he were galloping through the wood with some men when his horse trod on a wasp's nest. They thinks the frightened horse must have thrown his rider and rolled him. Then, mad with the pain from the wasp stings, the horse galloped off and was caught by two of our men who were looking for your grace." "You say the Earl is dead, Benson?" "I understands, your grace. They takes him down to the village after they had drenched him with water from the lake to clear away the wasps. When the doctor sees him, he says there be nothing he could do." There was silence, and then Benson added, "Mr. Mercer thought that you ought to know what had happened." Mr. Mercer was Rock's secretary, and Venetia was not surprised when Rock answered Benson, "There is nothing I can do, so please ask Mr. Mercer to attend to it, and to inform his lordship's relations what has occurred. They will doubtless send for the body. What has happened to the men with him?" "I thanks, your grace. They rode off. No one seems to know their names or anything about them." "Thank you, Benson. Just tell Mr. Mercer to see to it all." "I'll do that, your grace." He left the room, closing the door behind him. As Rock rose, Venetia threw herself against him. "It's the curse," she cried. "He has been cursed. So now you are safe, and nothing can hurt you." "Not if I am with you, Venetia." "I was so frightened, in case after I had saved you, that something horrible would happen." "Now you need not worry again. Actually, I think instead of a curse, we have been blessed." "Why do you say that?" Venetia asked. "Because now you love me, just as I love you. And my darling, we are going to be very, very happy together." He kissed her tenderly. She knew without words that he loved her as she wanted to be loved, and how much she loved him. Then he picked her up in his arms. "We are going to rest now," he said. "I am going to lock the doors, and no one is going to come near us." He carried her into the bedroom and set her down on the bed. Then he walked to the window to pull the curtains and shut out some of the sunlight. When he turned back, Venetia had thrown off her pretty negligee. She was lying against the pillows, waiting for him. He stood, gazing down at her for a moment. How can anyone be so lovely and at the same time so clever, my precious? We have the world at our feet and 1,000 years to enjoy it together. That is what I want to hear. Oh, Rock, I do love you. I love you as I have always wanted to love someone with all my heart and soul. That is just how I love you, Venetia. He slipped into bed and took her in his arms. If only you knew how tortured I have been these last days, when you had all of Paris at your feet, and I thought I meant nothing to you. When I was dancing with someone else, I was only wishing I was dancing with you, she told him. Nothing was more enjoyable than when we were talking together. We have eternity to talk to each other, and now, my precious, my beautiful wife, I want to teach you about love. This is a new lesson, and we had better start at the very beginning. Venetia gave a little laugh of sheer happiness. Yes, Rock. Let's start at the very beginning. I don't want to miss anything. And please, tell me again you love me. I love you, as you want to be loved, Venetia. And I swear to you on everything I hold sacred, for what I feel for you is totally different from anything I have ever felt for any woman before in my entire life. He kissed her forehead and went on. As far as I am concerned, my precious, there will never be another woman. There is only you and you for me, forever and ever. Oh, Rock, it is so wonderful to hear you say such beautiful words to me. I love you, but I was frightened you would never love me in the same way. I love you in 1,000 ways, Venetia, and this is just what I have never felt before, and never said to anyone else. Then he was kissing her gently, at the same time knowing that this was the most exciting and thrilling moment of his life. Never in his life had he made love to a woman who had never been touched by another man. Never before had he felt that the love they had for each other was the love all men and women seek. The ecstasy rising within them both was spiritual and ethereal. It was the love he knew would grow deeper year by year. The love that would produce their children who would be born of divine love. It all flashed through Rock's mind. Then, as he held Venetia closer and still closer, there were no words to express what he was feeling. Yet he knew they were both flying up into a heaven of their own making, one that they would never lose. It was a heaven that came from God and was part of God and would be theirs for eternity, forever and ever and beyond. A Virgin Bride. Written by Barbara Cartland.